No. Oh,
This one's on.
hello.
Yeah, go ahead. I'm assuming you want me to introduce you.
Yes, yes, yes.
Okay.
It's,
It's working.
uh,
Your mic. This one is mic. Um, I'm, I'm just going to introduce him first. Should I use his mic here or should I use this? I bet if you turn that off momentarily. Should he just turn it off momentarily?
Could you speak something for now?
hello, hello. Okay. Hello, hello. We're going to start.
Good to go. Okay. Good morning. Good morning. Can we have everyone take their seats? It is 9 o'clock. We'll keep the coffee there. It won't go anywhere. Good morning. My name is Michael Jacob. For those of you who don't know me, I'm a neurobiologist, psychiatrist, and researcher with Human Energy. And I'm going to introduce our speaker this morning. Before I introduce Francis Heiligen, I just want to make a quick remark regarding rides. So today is the last day of the conference, as I suspect most of you know, and perhaps many of you may be needing rides to the airport. Sheila has recommended to me to let you all know that if you want to sign up for a ride share, you can do so at the check-in desk in the front. So that way you can carpool together via Lyft, Uber, or whatever your favorite ride share is, or perhaps get a ride from somebody else. So welcome. Hope everybody is well rested for our final day of the conference. I'm going to introduce our speaker, Francis Heiligen. Francis is a Belgian cyberneticist renowned for his investigations into the emergence and evolution of intelligent organization. He currently serves as a research professor at the Free University of Brussels, where he directs a transdisciplinary research group on evolution, complexity, and cognition. He also directs the Global Brain Institute. He's widely recognized for his contributions to the Principia Cybernetica project, his conceptualization of the internet as a global brain, and his influential work on memetics and self-organization. He's also a member of the Human Energy team, so I'll invite him to begin by at least saying a word about his work with Human Energy. And the title of his talk today is The Third Story, Self-Organizing Evolution as a Source of Meaning. So please join me in welcoming Francis.
Yeah, okay, my mic works. So I'm part of the scientific steering committee of Human Energy, and the topic I want to speak about now is one that was already briefly mentioned by my former PhD student Clément Vidal yesterday. It is the famous third story. So the third story is the way that Human Energy tries to provide people with a sense of meaning. But why do we need that sense of meaning? It is because of what Human Energy has called the technosocial dilemma. And to put it very bluntly, the technosocial dilemma is a kind of a mental health crisis, especially here in the US, especially among students and undergraduates. And it is, you might say, a sudden explosion in a very short time of anxiety, depression, despair, meaninglessness, gloom and doom. According to a recent survey, more than 50% of young people in the world believe that humanity is doomed. So this is a pretty big thing, and we want first to understand why there is this crisis, and second, of course, we want to do something about it. Now, I've just been writing a long paper, which still is under review, on the causes, so I'm not going to go into detail here, but some people have already indicated that social media definitely play a pretty bad role in there, in the fact that they flood people with incoherent, fragmented information that is typically negative, that is typically very emotionally loaded, that is typically incoherent. And more generally, what people suffer from is what has been called the VUCA world, where VUCA stands for volatile, uncertain, complex, and ambiguous. So I think everybody understands that we are living in a world that is much more complex and much more fragmented and much more difficult to understand than it used to be. So that alone already explains why there is this technosocial dilemma. But let's look into a little bit more detail to show how bad it really is. Here you see how the rates of different psychopathologies have gone up among US undergraduates, and note that it starts about 2010 and that it ends 2019. That means before COVID. So I'm pretty sure if you would have more updated graphics, it would have gone even further to the roof. So you see here that like 25% of students suffer from anxiety, 20% suffer from depression, and all that has increased suddenly since 2010. Why 2010? Well, there's a psychologist, Jonathan Haidt, together with Jean Twenge, who have done research about them, and their interpretation is that it's mostly because in 2010, young people started using smartphones and social media. But so what I'm going to speak about here is not so much the causes of the crisis, but more what can we do about it. And there's a very interesting concept that was proposed by a medical sociologist called Antonovsky, and that is called the sense of coherence. So what Antonovsky did is he interviewed many different people who had gone through all kinds of very difficult things, diseases, the Holocaust, being prisoner, so people who really had gone through traumas, and he noticed that there were roughly two categories of people, those who were traumatized for life and those who recovered and led a healthy, productive life afterwards. And what was the difference between those two groups? Namely that the constructive, the positive group had what he called a sense of coherence. And in my analysis, the technosocial dilemma is the opposite of a sense of coherence. The technosocial dilemma means that people have lost their sense of coherence. So what we want to do is we want to give people again that sense of coherence. So the sense of coherence, the more people have that, the less they are anxious, the less they are depressed, the less they feel meaningless. So what is this sense of coherence? According to the analysis of Antonovsky, it has three components. The comprehensibility means people have a general kind of understanding of how the world functions and how they fit into that world. Manageability means that people have the feeling that they have the necessary skills and resources to act in that world, to achieve things. And then also meaningfulness, not only they can achieve things, but they have things to achieve that they want to achieve, that they consider meaningful, that they consider valuable, that they consider purposeful. In my own research, building on another tradition, the one of the philosopher Leo Apostel, after which the center that I direct is named, there we speak about a worldview, an integrated worldview, and it is, in a sense, a bit kind of an elaboration of the sense of coherence. So what we do is we take the first component, the comprehensibility, and we subdivide it in four aspects. Comprehending the world means that you have an idea of what's going on at this moment. It means that you have an idea of why things are like that, where does it come from, that you have an idea of where it is going to, that you have some ability to anticipate or to extrapolate towards the future, but also that you have some idea of how much do I know, because you can think that you understand it very well, but actually have very misleading information. So you should also have an idea of how can I get reliable knowledge. And then the manageability component in the worldview framework, we call it action. That means you have a theory of action, you know what kind of actions you can perform. And then the meaningfulness is what in the worldview framework is called value or purpose. what is important, what should I strive for. So here is a scheme that a little bit summarizes the whole sense of coherence. So it has the 6 components. Below, there is the meaningfulness component, the manageability component, and these are the 4 comprehensibility components. This is another scheme that I made earlier that puts it a little bit in the cybernetic framework. I am a person or subject. I'm interacting with some phenomenon or object. Interacting means that I can act on it, means that I can acquire knowledge about it, but it means that also I have some values that tell me how should I interact, what are the things I should do, and if I want to do these things, I should have an idea of where does it come from, what is it, and what's going to happen next. So why do we need this third story? As I said, we live in this VUCA world, this very complex, confusing world. We need this integrated world, and that integrated worldview, it needs ideally to take the form of a story, because stories are much more intuitive. People empathize more with stories, they understand them well. You don't want to give them a philosophical treatise about the structure of the world. So in the formulation of human energy, which I copied from the website, human energy was founded to share a new scientific story, introducing the noosphere and third story as a source of meaning for future generations in our globalizing world. So why do we need a third story? Well, because there are already existing stories, what we call the first story and the second story, but these existing stories are not sufficient. So the first story, as Clément yesterday already a little bit explained, it's a traditional religious worldview which you find in things like the Bible or the Quran or in different kind of mythologies. It's typically a nice story with lots of protagonists, and typically there is some gods or some deities that have created the world and then have created people in a particular order in order to do certain things. So it's a nice story, but it tells you that is the way things are, that is how you should behave. It doesn't give you any choice. It's kind of imposed from above. You just have to take it or leave it. Rather, or in some cases, you're not allowed to leave it. So that's a typical depiction of the first story, the most famous painting about the creation of Adam by God, Michelangelo. So the first story, it has the advantage, it provides some form of understanding of the universe and of people. It provides meaning, it provides values, it gives you do's and don'ts, things you should do, things you shouldn't do. But what are the shortcomings? Well, we know that these stories are no longer compatible with the way we understand the world through science. We know that God did not suddenly create humanity. We knew that humanity evolved through millions of years out of animals, and that the universe is much older than in those stories. These stories also do not make reliable predictions. They will not tell us what's going to happen with AI or with humanity or with global warming. And they have values that are universal, like you should not murder people, but they also have some values that are outdated. For example, that people who do not believe the dogmas of that religion should be punished. So then we come to the second story. The second story is the traditional scientific worldview, the kind of worldview that people who know a little bit of science kind of assume is the scientific worldview. It's actually a worldview that developed mostly during the 19th century and that started to become outdated with the 20th century. But that scientific worldview, it's kind of simple, it's also kind of intuitive, because what it does is it sees the world as a collection of material objects. These material objects, they move through space and time according to the so-called laws of nature. That means there is a movement, but the movement is completely determined. So the idea in the traditional scientific worldview is that any phenomenon, love, life, mind, is reducible to these material objects, typically particles that are moving through space and time, and that's all you need to know. Everything is particles moving in space and time, and the way they move, it's fixed. The laws of nature don't leave any freedom. So it's the clockwork universe. It's often seen as a clockwork. So the typical example of such a clockwork movement is the way the planets move around the sun. These planets move in very regular trajectories. You can predict exactly, knowing where the position of a planet is now, where it will be 100 years from now, 1,000 years from now, 1 million years from now. That is this clockwork idea. Here is a kind of clockwork model of the planetary systems, where you see the sun in the middle, and then all the different gears and wheels make that when you turn the handle, all of the planets will move in the right way. The system does not have any freedom, it does not have any goals. So that is the shortcoming of the second story. It does not provide values or meaning. It just describes, it says, that's the way things are. If they couldn't be otherwise, you don't have any choice. So you are determined, being goal-directed, searching for meaning, all that is useless. Things are just one big clockwork. So people in there, they are like these material objects. They are being pushed around by forces that they don't understand. It's like little billiard balls. You hit one billiard ball with your cue, the ball will move in a well-defined direction and stop at a well-defined point. You don't have any choice. And this understanding was expressed by Nobel Prize winner in physics, Steven Weinberg, that the more the universe seems comprehensible, and by comprehensible he means the more we can have all these exact equations that describe all these movements of all these particles, the more it seems pointless. Yes, indeed. That's why we need a third story, and a third story that means what I call the contemporary scientific worldview. It's a worldview where the world is not this clockwork that just moves around but doesn't change. It's a world in which the cosmos arises step by step, what my colleague Brian Swim calls cosmogenesis. So I'm not going to repeat the steps of the evolution, but we know that there was a Big Bang, which is the origin of space and time. Then we had elementary particles. Out of elementary particles, you get atoms, molecules, cells, organisms, human beings, mind societies, and finally the noosphere. What's remarkable about this worldview is that we see that evolution is directional. It goes in the direction of more complexity and, to paraphrase Teilhard, also more consciousness. Teilhard formulated the so-called law, which is not really a law, but it's a nice principle that complexity and consciousness together go in evolution. So let me explain that in a little bit a more modern scientific way. Here is one of the typical schemes of how evolution has happened. I don't have the time to go into any details, but you can find that in any textbook. What I want to go is, what are the underlying principles of this worldview? So evolution, to start with, it's not deterministic. We cannot really predict what will happen. There is no fixed goal, there is no end point to which everything is going. But there is this directionality. That means not all outcomes are equal. Some outcomes have an implicit preference. There is something like a preference of nature for certain outcome over other outcomes. And that we can understand through the basic mechanism of evolution, variation and selection. We speak often about blind variation. What does that mean? That the variation does not know where it is going. Variation can go in any direction. But then we have selection. That means that all those that went in the supposedly wrong direction are eliminated. Those that went in the right direction are kept. So that imposes a kind of directionality. And what is a directionality? It's a directionality towards what is called fitness. It's the idea of the survival of the fittest. Fit systems are preferred over unfit systems. So we go towards more fitness. But now many people misunderstand this fitness. Survival of the fittest, it's kind of this idea of nature that in tooth and claw. It's kind of the idea of fighting, the strongest one survives. That's not how evolution works. Fitness is relational. That means to be fit, it's not a question of being strong or being dominant. It's a question of fitting in with your environment. That means to be adapted to your environment. That environment consists itself of other systems. And what fitting in means is developing fit relationships, minimizing conflict or friction, maximizing synergy. So this is a kind of a depiction of how it could happen. You have two things that are randomly moving at a certain moment. They fit together. Once they fit together, they stay together. It's like two atoms bumping into each other, and at a certain moment, they form a chemical bond and they form a molecule. So the concept that I think is best to explain it is the concept of synergy. Synergy means that together you can do more than alone. It is what has been called a positive sum or a win-win situation. Two or more components interact in such a way that all of them are doing better together than they would have been doing alone. And what does it mean, doing better together? Because we're speaking about fitness, it means surviving, growing, developing better. So a few simple examples. That's another example I got from Brian. A neutron is a particle we find in the nucleus of an atom. Well, neutrons on their own are unstable, they fall apart. But if they are together with a proton in an atom, there are certain quantum mechanical principles that make that the neutron cannot disintegrate. So the neutrons are there only because they are coupled to the protons in the nucleus. The example of a molecule, we know that table salt sodium chlorine consists of two elements, sodium and chlorine. Sodium and chlorine on their own are very unstable elements. You better not swallow them because you probably wouldn't survive. But put them together and they form this stable molecule of table salt, which we are constantly having in our body all the time. Another example from biology is what is called mutualist symbiosis. Two or more organisms living together in such a way that they both profit. And finally, with people, synergy means cooperation. You cooperate because together you can do things that you can't do alone. So here's an example of one of these symbiosis. A coral is a colony of polyps, but these polyps, intrinsically, they have algae, unicellular algae living inside the polyps. Why is that? Because the algae, they can photosynthesize, they can extract food from carbon dioxide in the water, which the polyps can't do. Vice versa, the polyps provide protection to the algae. So finding synergy then is the main dynamic of evolution, but it's easier said than done. Most combinations of systems are not synergetic, so you need to find one. You need to find one when there is a positive sum. That means you need to try out many different interactions with many different systems until you find one where both or more partners profit. So that's you need local interactions. Now, sometimes the process can accelerate, and that's typically what we call self-organization. You have a number of components. Some of them start fitting in, and then they all align. I won't have the time to go into this, but people who have seen other talks of me will recognize this slide. It's one of my favorite simple examples. All the little arrows represent magnets, small magnets that are pointing in different directions. Now, because magnets repel each other if they point opposite, this is an unstable configuration, but if you put enough variation into it, the magnets will eventually align and all point in the same direction, which means that they are helping each other, they are multiplying the magnetic field, and they make that the whole thing gets magnetized. Here is a photo that I took where there were just some pieces of wood floating in the water. The wind was driving them together, purely random process. But you see the pieces, eventually they align because it's a more synergetic arrangement than if they would all point in different directions. Yet another example I often give is called Bénard convection. You heat a liquid from below. Initially, the water molecules are moving in random directions. What happens is that they start aligning and they start forming these convection cells, which you see here from above. it's an example typically of self-organization. So what's important now is that if you have different components that come together, they align, they form a whole. They form now a system, they are coupled, and that system typically has properties that the components do not have, what are called emergent properties. So an example I often give is, what's a car? A car is an arrangement of lots of different material elements, motors, wheels, steering wheels, etc. But what's the important property of a car? That it can drive, and it can drive with a certain maximum speed. None of these components on its own can drive or has anything like a maximum speed. Maximum speed is an emergent property that you get when you put all the components together in a synergetic way. So what you get typically is you start with a number of individual systems. They form this kind of linkages, and then if the linkages become strong enough, they form a higher order system. And that leads us to the typical architecture of complexity, which is a hierarchy. That is that you have systems within supersystems, and the systems themselves contain subsystems, and the subsystems themselves contain subsystems, and so on. So you have this whole hierarchy of complexity. Here's another typical example. You start with an atom, you go to a molecule, macromolecule, organelle, etc. You go to the whole organism. You can go above the organism to the groups, to the societies, to the planet, etc. So what we see here is a growth of complexity by putting a number of components together that align, develop synergy. You create a higher order system. In that higher order system, now your components are integrated. But by being together in this higher order system, they also help each other, which now means that they can afford to differentiate. They can start to specialize so that each will specialize in a particular function. So actually you increase the diversity, and that's what you typically see in ecosystems. An ecosystem is one huge network of mutually dependent plants, animals, geological forces, etc. But because the one provides the resources for the other, they can afford to differentiate and to increase in biodiversity. Now I come to the little bit more tricky aspect of consciousness. Why do we need consciousness? In a sense, even the simplest systems, they interact with their environment. That means if they want to adapt to that environment, they should at least be able to sense that environment. And ideally not just to sense it, but to make sense of it. They should be able to interpret what's in their environment in order to choose the most synergetic interaction. And that requires some form of cognition, intelligence, awareness. Of course, when we're speaking about atoms, that cognition is about non-existing. When we speak about bacteria, it's pretty simple. If we speak about people, it's getting quite sophisticated. So this is a slide I took from the work of Michael Levin, who called these cognitive boundaries, or what I might call a cone of consciousness. In the middle here is your system, which may be a person, and that cone extends towards the future. You are aware to some degree of what may happen in the future. You have a memory to some degree of what has happened in the past, and you have some sense of what's going on around you. So it's a kind of a cone in space-time that gives you the extent of your awareness or your consciousness. So now you can, of course, look at different systems. Take a very simple system like a tick, and its cone will be very small. Take a dog, it will already be more aware. Take a human, it will be even more aware, and maybe there are AIs that have very differently shaped cones. But what's interesting is that if you put different cones together, that means you put different cells together, the cells together have more of an awareness because they share information. Put a number of organisms together in a colony. The colony, again, has a wider awareness, a bigger cone of consciousness than the individual organisms. So that's the idea that when systems start to couple, they extend their consciousness because the information flows from the one to the other, so the one can warn the other about something outside. And that is the essence of complexity and consciousness. Is the more complex the system becomes, the more conscious it can afford to be. For example, our brain is so conscious because it's also very complex, because it has all these different neurons which pass on signals between each other. And ideally in society, we are also aware of much more than our immediate neighborhood, because society propagates information, and ICT in particular has very strongly widened this range of information we get. So these are not a few more slides from Michael Levin, where he's speaking about cells, that the cells, by getting together in a multicellular organism, they become, in a sense, aware of what's going on outside because they exchange electrical or chemical signals. So then we come to the noosphere, which is our latest and strongest way of exchanging information and thus of extending our consciousness. But then the question is, yeah, how good is that consciousness in the noosphere? And yeah, there are obvious problems. So humanity is self-organizing into this global superorganism, and we might say at the metabolic level, that means at the level of energy, goods, food, it's pretty efficient. There are flows of goods across the globe, and even something like the pandemic hardly managed to disturb these flows. People here did not get hungry because of the shops closing because of the pandemic. The logistic infrastructure, the metabolism is working pretty well, but at the level of the consciousness, we have some problems. So the global brain, at the level of science, it works pretty well. At the level of the noosphere in general, especially social media, we see there are these conspiracy theories, polarization, populism, fake news, the technosocial dilemma, all this kind of what I call pathologies of the noosphere. So we need this coherence, and now I come back to what I said in the beginning. The sense of coherence is what would solve the technosocial dilemma. That means it's not enough to receive information because we are bombarded with information. You need to receive information that makes sense, information that you can do something with, information that allows you to build synergetic relationships with others. So information alone is not enough. There needs to be some kind of an organization of that information to make the flow of information much more coherent. We want to avoid all these things that have been called terms like junk information, fake news, mind viruses, data smoke. That is the kind of problem we need to solve at the moment. So in my own theory of consciousness, or rather this is more standard. So in consciousness work, there is a distinction between two types of consciousness. The access consciousness means that some of the things happening in your brain, you are aware of them in the sense that you can examine them, you can report on them, you can say, I am feeling this or I am thinking that. You have access to some part of what's going on in your brain. Subconscious means things happen in the background, you don't have access to them. So that's one important aspect of consciousness, but then there is the more difficult aspect, the one that has been called phenomenal experience, or sometimes called phenomenal consciousness, or subjective experience, or sometimes also called qualia. That's the aspect of feeling. You're not just aware that something is going on in your brain, you also feel it. You feel the warmth, you feel the pain, you feel the pleasure. And then the question is, what is that feeling? So I have recently been developing a theory called local prospect, for which I don't have the time to go into detail, but I explain this feeling as a form of a local prospect, kind of a expectation of good and bad things that may be happening to you. So that was consciousness in the individual. Now we want to extend it to collective consciousness. So we can again look at those two aspects. The access consciousness, that's simply the collective reflection, the scientific type of discussion, critical thinking. But it's also some of the discussions that are going on in social media, for example, about conspiracy theories. So that's one aspect of the collective consciousness. Then the phenomenal consciousness, that's the aspect of feeling. That's something that Johan Bollen in his talk spoke about a little bit. It's the sentiments, the moods, the emotions, the collective emotions. We can measure them nowadays with some of these modern techniques. And then we see that at the moment, the mood of the noosphere is pretty depressed. So what would then the third story do to enhance collective consciousness? Well, it should restore this sense of coherence. And we define the sense of coherence in this worldview scheme with 6 components. The 6 components give you the equivalent of a global prospect, a kind of a view of things that may happen to you and that may be positive or negative, so that you know how to choose and how to choose the good ones and how to avoid the bad ones. So what are the components in the worldview of the third story? There's a component of the past or the explanation. That is, we go back in the history of evolution, we understand how all these complex things that are happening now, where they come from. Present, we are trying to understand what is going on at this moment. On the one hand, I said the global superorganism functions pretty well on the metabolic level, but is pretty upset on the psychological level, the technosocial dilemma. Future, we want to have at least some positive picture of what may happen to us in the noosphere. Knowledge, we need better methods to create knowledge. Values, that's one of the important aspects of the human energy. We need an ethics of the noosphere. We need to be able to formulate these ideas of synergy, coherence, and consciousness in a way that become more practical, ethical values. And then actions, we need to know which kind of actions are effective at this moment to change something, to achieve things in the noosphere. So what we need to do is we need to change this collective consciousness. We need it to become more coherent. We need to create this sense of coherence. That means we need to teach people to understand how global systems form, what are the long-term trends, show them how they can themselves participate, contribute to these trends, and formulate these noospheric values to give them a guideline, to give them a purpose, to give them a meaning of this is how you can actually contribute in a positive way to this long-term thing. And that, at the same time, while formulating it positively, we will also need to do it negatively. We know that there is a big technosocial dilemma. We will need to fight the technosocial dilemma, because we know it creates a lot of stress, confusion, suicides, deaths of despair. So we will need to combat the negative elements. And these negative elements you can see as I call it, pathologies of the noosphere, things like mind viruses, data smoke, information pollution, fake news, all these pathological aspects of the noosphere. And finally, another thing that we should definitely not forget is that people are biological entities that live in a real world. They shouldn't just spend their time with smartphones in the virtual world. They should also reconnect with the real world, with nature. So let me summarize my story. We started with noting that there is a technosocial dilemma. That means that people nowadays are extremely worried, stressed, anxious, depressed, and despairing. We saw that the technosocial dilemma is kind of the equivalent of a lack of a sense of coherence. So we need to restore that sense of coherence. We do that via a third story. And the basic principles of that third story are: there is always in nature variation and selection. That variation and selection will lead to systems mutually adapting, creating some form of synergy. That synergy will create emergent properties. Systems with emergent properties will on their own interact with other systems, find more synergy, and like that, the complexity and the consciousness of the whole system is constantly growing. So we know that we are in this kind of a transition phase where the end result hopefully will be a healthy, both physically and mentally healthy superorganism. But at this moment, it's particularly the psychological part, the mental part of the superorganism that is suffering. And so we need to find ways to fight this suffering, to develop a more coherent collective consciousness. So I had a lot of other slides, but maybe I'll just show you a few. The other slides are slides about how we are actually progressing. Most people think that the world is kind of on the border of collapse, but if you look at the actual statistical trends, you see that we are doing quite well. Here are just a few examples. First, these are the number of people that believe the world is getting better. You see that if you go down, it's like 3% or 4% that believe the world is getting better. So here is an example where there's a particular question asked about extreme poverty, and the right answer is the green one. The green one is extreme poverty has diminished. It is diminishing, and on average, 20% of the people know that extreme poverty has diminished, but it has diminished. Even the happiness, this is data for about 12 nations where they made the average. You see, happiness has been increasing until recently. So I haven't yet seen the data for 2020, but I'm afraid that at the moment it's going down again. So we have made progress, and you can make people more happy, but at this moment we are unfortunately in a phase where the happiness is decreasing. But everything else is increasing. Life expectancy is increasing. Deaths from natural disasters are decreasing. I mean, look how big the number of deaths were in the 1920s. Look how few there are now. Global literacy rates are increasing. Average years of education are increasing. Our technology is becoming much more efficient, because that's one of the standard arguments for the collapse. We're saying we're running out of resources, but actually we're needing less and less resources. This smartphone replaces all that things on the left. It uses much less energy, much less power, much less weight. We are doing quite well. Even agriculture, the global cereal yields per hectare, that means we are just making more food with less land. Air pollution is going down. Even, and that is, most people will find this surprising, even the number of lands covered in forests are going up. We all know that there is deforestation in Brazil, in South America. So in South America, you see the orange means the blue is the gross loss. So the blue in South America, the amount of forest is diminishing, but in all the other countries, it's either staying the same or it has gone up. So there is more gain in forest and there is a loss in forest. So overall conclusion, objectively, we are doing rather well, but subjectively, we feel miserable, we feel desperate. So what the third story is meant to do is to provide a positive narrative of further progress, an updated narrative of progress based on evolutionary principles which are scientifically sound, but which also provide us with meaning and supported by plenty of empirical evidence. This is not just wishful thinking. This is not just some kind of an ideology or some kind of a religion. This is a scientific worldview, and that should help us to restore our sense of coherence and in that way build up a real noospheric consciousness.
Thank you, Francis, for that wonderful presentation. Invite anybody who has questions to come forward, and as a reminder, just say your name so we can hear who you are and then bring your question forward.
Hello, thank you. Andy Chatburn. I'm curious as you talk about the increasing coherence and increasing collaboration with this evolution in the third story, if you're familiar with Donna Haraway's multi-symbiote theory as a way of living and dying together in the midst of this story. And if, especially as thinking of us as humans who are multi-symbiotes with our gut bacteria and the gut-brain axis, and how that might have, I'm curious if there's a texture of something that might have something to do with the noosphere.
Yes, I have also written a paper recently that I called Relational Agency, which is an attempt to combine older worldviews like animism with this modern scientific worldview. And what it says is that all systems to some degree are agents: humans, plants, animals, bacteria, technological systems. And all of these systems are mutually interacting and seeking for synergy. So we live together with bacteria in our belly. We are symbiotically living with those bacteria. We are living with the plants that are producing the oxygen that we breathe. So we need to become more aware of this network of synergetic relationships. And that's also part of the ecological point of view, is that we are not just humanity that's exploiting the earth. We are part of this earth. And indeed, that fits in with this whole worldview. That is, that synergy extends much more than between people or between technologies. It should encompass the whole earth and all the biological systems on it.
Thank you. Michael Pearson, Fordham University. You say humanity is doing rather well objectively, but feeling increasingly miserable, and a sense of coherence is potentially the solution. I think yesterday we heard something else about the experience of being connected. I wonder how that fits in with the sense of coherence, because it strikes me as rather cognitive and on the knowing.
What do you mean specifically by the feeling of being connected?
Being connected to self, others, and maybe something bigger like the noosphere or the conceptualization. I think Gregory Stock was pointing to the climate crisis as an example, but saying actually what we need to do to solve problems is first be able to connect human to then solve problems. So I'm wondering if this is something that just on top, is that something separate? Does it include the being notion?
Well, it's implicit in the whole view. As I said, I define fitness in a relational way. You are fit because you have connections with others, and these connections are synergetic. There are, of course, also conflictual or frictional connections where two agents are moving in such a way that the one is inhibiting the other. So what you try to do is seek the synergetic connections and avoid the frictional connections. The problem is that at this moment in the noosphere, we find these connections through information, but the information we get is very entropic, it's diffuse. You get all kind of information about all kind of things, typically things you can't do anything about, but that upsets you. So the feeling connected means that you should get the right kind of connections. Finding out which are the things that are really meaningful for me will make me stronger and will make the other one stronger if I collaborate with the other. And that other can be plants, animals, people, nations, organizations. It's this tricky part of finding the synergetic connections and avoiding the fictional connections.
I'm wondering on the aspect of inviting people to sort of contribute towards sort of this third story, because in some sense there seems to be, to me, if I hear about it, some inevitableness towards this complexity. But on the other side, you want to have to make people feel able to contribute. How do you have ideas of how you would make this possible for people to have this feeling that they can also shape and influence this direction of the complexity? Do we need to sort of install certain ways of how people can feel like they can have an influence on this?
Yeah, the feeling aspect is indeed very important. That's also why the third story is formulated as a narrative. That paper I spoke about, the relational agency, it's a scientific paper. It's written for a scientific audience. It may convince people who reason about it. It will not convince people every day. They need something more emotional. And that's why the story is, you want to make it kind of epic. Now, I myself am not the best person to do that, but in Human Energy, we have a number of people who are good at that. And Brian Swimmy, for example, he's very good at telling this story of the self-organizing universe and the complexifying universe in a way that is very inspiring, with beautiful images, with nice videos. I think that work is very important to give people really the feeling that they are part of that, not just tell them the story in a dry scientific way. But as I said, that's not my specialty. There are others working on that.
Hi, Wynn Swafford, Eugene, Oregon. I was with you, but I'm concerned about the sixth great extinction and how that fits into your increasing complexity. I feel like we're riding a fossil fuel bubble that's imperiling us.
Well, I'm very skeptical about the sixth extinction, and if you read serious biologists, they will agree that yes, there are extinctions, yes, there is source of biodiversity, but the sixth mass extinction, the previous mass extinctions was the one with the dinosaurs, where, let's say, 75% of all families, not species, just disappeared. At this moment, there are some snails in this lake and some flowers in this forest and maybe some bugs in this little patch of land that are disappearing. So there are quite some species disappearing, but it's a small percentage of the total number of species. It's not a mass extinction. I mean, just the question I always ask to people who speak about mass extinction, well, tell me which species have been extinguished in the last 20 years? And then they can say, oh, maybe, yeah, and they can come up with 10 or 12. And then say, a mass extinction, that means millions of species disappearing. We have problems with biodiversity, but I don't believe we're on the border of a mass extinction. And in terms of global warming, that is a very serious problem. Yes, we need to work very hard on it. Yes, we need to switch to a different form of energy production. But we have the technology, we have the money to do it. What we need is the sense of coherence. That means the collective consciousness that we are going to do this together in an efficient way, in a coherent, synergetic way, not fighting each other. So in that sense, I think that getting a sense of coherence is more urgent than immediately attacking global warming. Of course, we need to work towards global warming, but we need to do it in a more efficient way that we are doing now. And that means a more coherent, more synergetic way.
Hello, Raphaël Yogier, university professor in France in philosophy and sociology. When we met 1 year ago, you insisted that we really are on the same page. I don't know if you remember. And now I understand you're right, that we are on the same page. Nevertheless, I have 3 remarks, if you allow me, that are not actually in contradiction with what you said. I think has to be discussed, but I think the third story is actually the second one. Because the second story for me is a neurotic regression of our incapacity to accept what you call the third story. Because if you read what happened in the 18th century with all those idealist philosophers at the very end of the 17th century, the beginning of the 18th century, and what is called also German idealism, when you don't interpret it from the nihilist point of view, even if you interpret at the end of the 19th century, like someone like Hegel, as we said yesterday, is very close to Teilhard de Chardin. Very, very close. There is this idea. And in fact, there is a fight, kind of a war here from the 18th century to the 19th century onward, where it gave birth to something that expanded positively, that will go to Bergson philosophy and vitalism, the idea of creative evolution and this kind of thing. And even in the US, what is called transcendentalism, and people like Emerson and those kind of people, like this wave of spiritualism and things like that, that were discredited by official philosophy, philosophy of science, the same way Teilhard de Chardin was discredited. So my real question is, why have we chosen nihilism, death, self-destruction philosophy, pure determinism, even if it is even self-contradictory intellectually and logically? Why have we chosen that? And so it's my second remark. And my third remark is I have an hypothesis for that. And I started to have this intuition reading a very small text from a philosopher that I dislike. It's Martin Heidegger, in a series of texts that are called Holzwege. And in the text, there is the time of the conceptions of the world. L'époque des conceptions du monde, the time of the conception of the world. And what he said that what is original with modernity, it is that it is not only a new conception of the world, that it is the first time that it sees itself as a conception of the world. If you replace conception of the world with what you say when you say story, there is something new in the second story that is actually another feature that you didn't mention, I think, but that is very important to understand this regression. It is that it sees itself for the first time in human history as a story. So when you see yourself as a story, you say, oh, that's a story that I'm telling. I want to believe in this story. And it's what you actually said. You said, oh, there is this story, this story, this story. But in a traditional world, they don't even will understand what it is to be in a story. Even in the story of pure nihilistic determinism, they don't consider it a story. It's truth. But when you are talking about it, because you are for what you call the third story, in the same time you say, I know it's a story. So what does it do? You know, what does it do? It does that you have a choice. Either you're aware that there are different stories, and you said, statistically, that means that everything is just stories, therefore there is nothing, and let's die, you know? Or you decide something else that is possible, and that's your choice, and that's my choice, and that's our choice, I think, to say, oh, all right, there are different stories. We don't deny them. They are beautiful, the different civilization and all that, but they are not big enough to contain something that is even more important, that we could call the mind or a vital principle or something else. And this time that means they are all right on a certain degree, but not completely. And so we need to trust the future because it's always constructed itself in something more complex that is more and more true. So nothing is completely false. It's just part of the truth. And it's exactly what Teilhard de Chardin did. And in a way, that's what we're doing here. It was just my remark.
I think it's very interesting. I haven't made up my mind myself also why the second story became at a certain moment so dominant, but I have always had a big problem with what I call Platonism. Platonism is the idea that mathematical structures are more real than the real world. And I think it is a kind of psychological reaction of being afraid of the messiness of the real world. So you want to have a story that is as clean and as well-defined as possible. And what we call the second story, the Clockwork Universe, is a very clean story. It's everything is determined. You can write it down in equations. The planets move in exactly the right way. Nothing can go wrong. It's a kind of a fear of the uncertainty that leads you to this kind of worldview. So, yeah.
I'm Zan Gill, and I resonate with everything you said. I wanted to suggest an extension, which I think ties into the big prospect of the noosphere and a way of implementing this big idea of the third story. And that is, you talk about evolution in what we conventionally view, which mainstream science sees the mechanism as random variation and natural selection and survival of the fittest. And it is good to see that after some 200 years of excommunication from the scientific community, that Jean-Baptiste Lamarck is being brought back in the context of developmental biology and the rise in understanding of epigenetics, and the importance of Jean-Baptiste Lamarck and the idea of transformism as a complementary view is, and of course there's much thinking on this, diverse thinking on this, but it means that each of us, from birth to death, every living creature from birth to death is defining the evolutionary process by every decision that he or she makes. And so in epigenetics and developmental biology, they're understanding that it's not just, evolution isn't just defined by the moment of birth and the moment of death, right, and your genetic inheritance, but every single decision you make. So this ties into psychology, and with respect to the third story, it means that, and this is, I think, extending Raphael's comment, that we are all in the story, and so we are all telling the story, and rather than, broadcasting out. Thank you.
I recently finished a very nice project together with a number of my collaborators, a project funded by the Templeton Foundation called The Origin of Goal-Directedness. And that was the idea that in traditional science, goal-directedness is kind of taboo. Things happen either deterministically or randomly, but they are not moving towards a goal. But if you look at biological organisms, they're very clearly goal-directed. And so what we did in the project, I'm not going to go into any details, is to show that self-organization can create systems that are goal-directed. That means that they intervene in their own further evolution. They're not just passively. It's like the example I often use of the billiard ball. The billiard ball gets hit and it just moves wherever the cue pushes it. It's passive, it's inert. Organisms are goal-directed, they're autonomous, they have agencies, they don't let themselves being pushed. They will, for themselves, intervene, and they will change their own environment, so-called niche construction. They will change their own evolution.
Thank you all for your questions, and thank you very much, Francis. We will have more. There are some folks who didn't get a chance to ask questions that they wanted to. We'll have another roundtable discussion later this morning. If you have more questions for Francis and others, we can build in some time then. And as a reminder, the session started 10:15 upstairs and in here. So we'll see you all shortly. Thank you very much. HDMI. What's that? It already has it on there. Yeah, I know. Kind of convenient.
Are we using the clicker?
I don't know if it will work with this one, right? Oh, I guess if I.
This is USB-A.
I don't. I have a converter actually. Will this do it? Oh, that's good.
Yeah, it's always.
I think I have one down there. If this will actually work, I'll test it out. Grab my. This. And then I'm going to plug this in, see if it works. I don't need to do that, do I? I guess I did. Where'd Devin go? Okay, it's not. If I want to have it on presenter mode, is that possible?
Presenter mode.
Because if I do presenter mode, it presents presenter mode there.
Oh, that's weird.
Do I need to adjust something on the
Maybe if we do you have like PowerPoint on like Microsoft PowerPoint on it?
this is Google.
This is Google.
Yeah. I think I have to add it
Not
as
really
a second monitor, right?
Oh, like an extend monitor, right?
Yeah,
Go to,
or
like, display
yeah.
settings.
Let's see. It's got to be in display settings. Where's display? Oh, here we go. How do you unmirror? Oh, here we go. Stop mirroring. That should do it, right? Now, if I go back to here, presenter view. Although, oh yeah. But then I need to make it full screen, right? Huh.
Double click on where you are right now.
What's that?
You just double click on that bar.
Okay. Well, it's not 100%, but I guess I don't need.
Do you want to press F11 maybe? F11. I guess. Sorry.
That's good enough. Let's see if it advances. Yeah. All right, that's good enough. If I have a headset, I'd love to use that. I'm gonna go around to the rest.
Oh, he's in presenter mode?
Yeah.
But he's on. Yeah, you have to go up to the top and hide that, but
I know for Windows 11, I mean Windows, F11 works.
yeah.
I'm not sure how.
I don't know. Yeah,
Mac works.
with.
I don't want to mess anything with it. So.
Yeah, sure.
And he said,
Check, check. Check, check, check. Wireless 6. Check, 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 check. 5. This is wireless 3. Check, check.
now it's turned off. This is just the switch. All right, I'll keep it because that one's on right now, right? This is. Yeah, it's on live.
Testing. This one's up. We're at about 10:15, a little past 10:15, so I think if we can get everyone to find their seats, and we'll get started. Okay. Thank you, Ella Ray. I will be commanding. Have a seat. We're going to get started. Good morning. I introduced myself earlier. My name is Michael Jacob. I am a neurobiologist and psychiatrist. I'm a researcher with Human Energy. I'm also awesome. Thank you. So I'm also a researcher with Human Energy. I'm an assistant professor at UCSF and San Francisco, psychiatrist at the San Francisco VA Hospital. I don't know if you need to, did you want to say something, Francis? You can if you want to.
To introduce him, but since he has already introduced him, I don't think I need to. But I just want to say that Michael and I will be collaborating on this topic of collective consciousness. So this can become something very interesting.
Thank you, Francis. Okay, this one's off, right? I'm not going to create a huge, terrible feedback situation. Okay, so as you can see, the title of our session this morning is on noospheric consciousness. And when we were talking about the conference and preparing for all of the sessions and reviewing the program, and it becomes clear just the sheer breadth of topics that are covered by the noosphere heading. Everything from science and technology, philosophy, global affairs, politics, theology, spirituality, education, dissemination, creative expression. And the question for me, and I think for many of us here within Human Energy and also at the conference, is how do we begin to tie some of these themes together? And will we have some space in the conference to do so? And that's part of what was really hoping to do this morning, is to have some time to think about how some of these themes connect. And so the way that the morning will proceed is that I'm going to spend a few minutes talking a little bit about consciousness. Actually, I won't need to talk too much about consciousness because we've already covered so much about consciousness. I'll make a few comments about the topic of transdisciplinarity and use my own area of study, neuroscience, as an entree into how we can use transdisciplinary thinking to bring new ways and new approaches to neuroscience and neurobiology. And then after that, I'm going to bring up our panel discussants, Ilya, Terry, and Francis, so that we can have a little bit more in-depth conversation about some of these topics. Okay, so now for me just to give a little bit of this introduction. The emphasis is going to sort of be on the language. How are we talking about these questions? How are we talking about the science? How are we talking about the philosophy and the humanities and the religious perspective? What is the language that we use? You can see my influence is going to be neuroscience, music, and mysticism, and I'll talk a little bit more about what I mean by all that. A few goals. The definitions actually, we probably won't need to spend too much time on. Consciousness and collective consciousness have been really discussed extensively here at the conference, but I'll make a few points. And then the concept of noosphere consciousness. What might that even possibly mean? And that we'll get to when we get to the panel conversation. And I'm going to talk a little bit about neurobiology and the neurobiology of consciousness as really a case study in transdisciplinarity. And I would just like to leave you with perhaps 3 ideas. One is that neurons are a bit like people. 2, that brain communication is actually a bit like music. And that lastly, well, we've been drawing this analogy between neurons and people. And, well, I'm pretty sure we all know people are more than neurons, but I kind of want to drive that point home too as well. And then we'll get to the discussion. So, of course, consciousness is this mammoth topic, and as I alluded to, I'm not really going to really touch it in much depth, and in large part because we've talked about it, and also because, gosh, just look at all the terms we use to describe consciousness, and are we on the same page? Are we talking about the same thing when we say something like sentience, mindfulness, mind, experience, intelligence? There's already shown that we've had a lot of difficulty just trying to define those terms. And so I just decided to I figured I'd just quickly share what's in the dictionary if you were to look up consciousness, because I think that might be where us non-academic specialists might begin, right? So these are the 3 definitions according to the Oxford Dictionary. The state of being number 1, there's actually 7 entries or 8 entries, I think, but I just put the first 3. The state of being awake and aware of one's surroundings, what I refer to as the state or level of consciousness. 2, the awareness or perception of something by a person, what I'm referring to as the content of consciousness. And 3, the fact of awareness by the mind of itself and the world, what we might sort of describe as consciousness in itself. And what I think a lot of the philosophers here at the conference and more broadly have pointed to is that these definitions leave out the phenomenal consciousness to a certain degree, and Francis mentioned this. And this is a famous article by Thomas Nagel, asked the question, what is it like to be a bat? There must be something that it is like to be a bat, pointing to the fact that experience, consciousness feels like something. And so this is where I was going to just briefly touch on the hard problem, and I don't have to, because Lawrence Kuhn, in his sweeping presentation, went through the wide range of philosophical ideas about the hard problem of consciousness. That is, how do we relate our experience, phenomenal experience, back to these bodies, these seemingly material world that we live in. And you can see we covered the landscape here. And this presentation reminded me of this piece that I had read, quote that is, even though that which is usually called mind is widely esteemed and much discussed, since it is not understood correctly just as it is in itself, there come into existence inconceivable numbers of philosophical ideas and assertions. So where did I pull this from? This is actually from an Indian Buddhist, Padmasambhava, thought to live around sometime in the 8th century. And I just thought there was something really uncanny about this quote, that we've probably been struggling with this for a very long time, right? That there's this whole wide range of ideas, but also pointing to the fact that we all have immediate experience of consciousness. We all know what it means, what it's like, what it feels like to be conscious. And so on some level, I think that's what we're wrestling with in this question of noosphere consciousness and for human energy, is to start to talk about this in a way that will also make sense to those of us, for everybody and non-academic specialists, that they have they have an experience of it. They shouldn't necessarily need to pull out a philosophy book to come to an understanding of what it means to be a part of the noosphere. Okay. And so, of course, this is where most conversations about consciousness usually take us, which is that the brain is somehow involved in this. And so I'm a neurobiologist, and I'm going to talk a little bit about that. And there are, of course, a myriad of neural theories about how consciousness works. And I'm not going to address any of these in particular, but just to, again, just show the sheer breadth of ideas and thinking around this topic. What I'd like to focus on instead is a slightly different problem from the hard problem, and one that I think I would hope points us back to a more interdisciplinary, potentially transdisciplinary conversation. And that is the relationship between the sciences and the humanities, the relationships between sometimes what we call objective and subjective concepts, particularly things like meaning, beauty, value, and truth. How do we relate that? That's going to be a part of any understanding of noosphere consciousness. So how do we relate that to the neuroscience or the science of consciousness? And those very concepts, meaning, value, beauty, that's exactly where many of the sociological definitions of collective consciousness really pick up. So this is just from Wikipedia. Collective consciousness is the set of shared beliefs, ideas, moral attitudes, which operate as a unifying force within society. And I'm just referring to this as the sociological definition based on the work of Emil Durkheim, famous sociologist, basically founded the field. And I just wanted to point out, as I was just reading a little bit about Durkheim, I found this quote from him that struck me as very noospheric, as we found many people have been raising the point before Teilhard, but I like this quote: "By aggregating and interpenetrating and fusing together, individual souls give birth to a being, psychic if one wishes, but which constitutes a psychic individuality of a new kind," really, in some sense, pointing to a subjective experience almost at a collective level. And many of these ideas, I'm not a sociologist, but I understand, were largely discredited and panned throughout most of the 20th century. But I think some of this particular idea is coming back. Okay, so like I said, we're going to talk about noospheric consciousness when we get to the panel and group discussion. And in the meantime, I wanted us to start to think a little bit more back about the relationship between the brain and more what I might call humanities-oriented view of how the brain works. So this is a case study in transdisciplinarity. So this is an artist's rendition of a brain cells. These creatures here on the right in blue and white are neurons. What you can see off on the side here is a blood vessel with some red blood cells moving through it. And here in yellow is the astrocyte cells that are connecting the neurons to their blood flow and their blood supply. And I wanted to just offer the perspective that neurons are a lot like people. So we've been talking at this conference quite a bit about information, computation, and neurons are really nothing like a traditional microcircuit. So they need food. For them, it's a matter of life and death. They can live, they can die. They're highly socially connected. And of course, they have a lot to say. They're constantly generating activity. And even more complicated is the fact that sometimes they change their opinions. Sometimes they like some things, and then the next day, the next minute, they have a totally different perspective. And so this is, I think, points to something really distinct and different between the way a brain works and the way our computer works. And so, but it's that point about communication. What are neurons talking about? What are they saying that we typically relate to and think about and study when we talk about consciousness? And so I think perhaps most of you know that brains work through electrical communication. So I just wanted to give play a short video showing you how all that electrical activity is coordinated. And this is from the Blue Brain Project, which I believe now is at UCLA, where they're attempting to simulate, this is actually a simulation of neural activity over just a 100 millisecond period. And what's shown in color will be the change in the membrane potential of the neurons. And so you can see some twinkling lights, and then this wave of depolarization is going to come in. Sorry, I'm getting some feedback. You guys getting that? Okay. So just kind of like, you know, being at that baseball stadium, right? Put up your arms and send the wave around. And when this will go forward. I gotta find my. Oh, come on. There we go. And when we take those waves and measure them from the scalp, we see that there's these rhythms of electrical activity. And this is what's called an electroencephalogram, or EEG. And so one of the questions, if we were to look at this, right, and we're interested in how the brain works, just want to know, or we're interested in consciousness, you'd say, okay, well, there's some rhythms. Let's call up an engineer, maybe an electrical engineer, and we'll measure the power in each of these frequency bands, and we'll see that we have a whole family of rhythms here, and that well, when you do that, you can see that different frequency bands have a different power, total power, and maybe there's this little bump near the top that's right around 10 hertz. That happens to be the alpha rhythm. So we can interpret this and say, well, this is a brain that's just kind of idling at rest. Well, so that's one possible interpretation. But imagine there was a composer who overheard the conversation and would say, well, yeah, family of rhythms, sounds like maybe you have a musical performance going on, and might have a totally different perspective on what the meaning of those rhythms might be. Of course, if you were to ask the composer, well, so what's the meaning of the music of your symphony? You know, she said, well, I don't know. What's the meaning of a piece of art? What's the meaning of that? It's kind of a difficult question, right? And I'm not an expert in music nor philosophy, but I did consult one of my favorite philosophers in this domain, Suzanne Langer, who's written extensively on really trying to understand the meaning of music. And what she says is that, well, music has no literal meaning. It may present emotive experience through global forms that are indivisible. So what does she mean by that? Well, she goes on to say that works of art are images of the forms of feeling. Their expressiveness can rise to the presentation of all aspects of mind. And for Langer, feeling was anything that could be felt, from the subtlest of sensations to the most consuming aspects of our emotional experience, including our thoughts. And so for her, feeling and form, which was the title of actually one of her books, was that feeling and form was actually what consciousness was all about. So this is perhaps nice poetry, but is there any relevance to this in terms of how we might study the brain? And I think part of the message that Langer is suggesting to us is that not only is meaning felt, but it's a multi-layered dynamic whole. And if you were a neuroscientist, as most neuroscientists have done for the past 40 years, if they were to study something like music, well, they would kind of break it up. They would, okay, well, we'll play back a particular note. We'll see how the brain responds to that particular note and try to understand how all of that gets combined. But instead, what Yuri Hassan and some colleagues over at Princeton did was they decided to take a very different approach to how the brain responds to music. And rather than just looking merely at the activity of the brain, what they measured was how correlated two people's experiences of listening to the same piece of music was. And so, but more than that, where he started was actually first to just scramble all the measures up. So where the yellow lines are, just scramble the measures and then play that back. So this is just a schematic. I'm going to just grossly simplify the results of their experiment. And you know, when you just scramble the measures and play it back, this is the amount of area that was correlated between participants. So this is not the amount of brain that was active. The whole brain was active, but this is just the area that was correlated between people. And then he scrambled the phases, the phrases within the music, so which was denoted where these green bars are. And you can see that starts to pull in a wider range of correlated brain activity. And then he played the whole piece back. And of course, you could see that that pulls out an even wider breadth of the brain, was showing this correlation, sort of a dynamical correlation between participants, not necessarily saying they're interpreting it the same way or experiencing it the same way, but something about the form of the piece of music had made its way throughout the brain, and that the dynamics of that brain activity were similar from person to person. So you might say, okay, that's kind of a neat trick, but it's really specific to music or something like that. So the colleagues actually did the same experiment and just switched it up and gave people, played back the beginning of a book or a piece of text. And again, when they scrambled the words, it was a small area of the brain was correlated, scrambled in the sentences, and it was greater. But when you play the whole piece back, the whole work, the whole story, it was a wider swath of the brain that was collectively active. So what can we learn from these findings? Well, the first thing that I think it tells us is that how we infer meaning from music and stories might be shared in some way. Again, not emphasizing that the meaning is exactly that we come to the same interpretation, but the process of meaning making is similar. And that might be perhaps what's going on in the brain, is the process of meaning making. So there's this shared meaning, but how does that get us back to Langer's idea of global forms and potentially even feeling? And here I'm going to show one more slide. This is the sort of last neuroscience-y technical slide of the day, so hopefully you can follow along with this. This is from the work here of, I'm sorry, came off. There we go. This is from the work of Michael Breakspear and his colleague Shine. And what he did was first to look at the dynamics of brain activity, not during a single task, but while participants were doing a whole range of things: mathematics, emotional expression, gambling, reading. In fact, they did about 8 or 9 different tasks from the Human Connectome project. They had more than 200 people. And rather than looking for necessarily correlations between people, now they were just looking for correlations in that activity within the same person, but across all of these different sorts of mental activities, looking for these patterns. And this is what they did, was they projected the dynamics in a higher dimensional space. They were trying to see if there's some higher order regularities or patterns in the brain activity. And what they found was that, yes, on average, there was this sort of dynamical form that was present across all kinds of different tasks, whether they were sort of sitting there idly or whether they were engaged in some deep cognition. And to me, this was really striking, right? That no matter what you do, there's some underlying dynamic in the brain that is shared and from which many of the other more complicated processes emerge. And again, this idea that there might really be something kind of like what Suzanne Langer was talking about, that there are these global forms shared across the domains of mental experience. And so in some of my own work in collaboration with Parham Portavood, who will be talking later this afternoon, we've begun to look at these global forms to really see, are they related to emotional experience in some way? And in just some of our very initial work here, what we're seeing is some of these global forms are related to basic arousal processes and the sort of alertness, but also the awareness that one has as they're coming to be present in the environment, right? So we think of arousal as sort of being, well, you're either awake or you're asleep, but there's sort of varied, graded states of arousal, and emotional experience is largely captured in that. When we're more emotionally engaged and active, we have greater arousal. And the other part to what we've been seeing in some of our studies is to see that those global forms are present throughout the different frequency ranges in the brain. So we've been attempting to really sort of create a marriage of the engineering and artistic approach here by looking across these different frequency ranges, and we see that actually some of the more high frequency activity shows a related global pattern that has more differentiation in it, and that is correlated with more thought content, greater thinking while one is just resting. And so I won't have too much more to say about this particular topic, but I just want to point out for those of you who are interested, our hypothesis with all this work is that these aspects of the dynamics of these global forms really depend on what I was alluding to at the beginning of my talk, depends on the human-like qualities of neurons. The fact that it's really a matter of life and death, not only for the neuron, but for the whole organism. And that's what drives some of these arousal processes. That neurons are incessantly active. They need a large supply of energy to continue to function. And again, these are the things that make them so different from what we typically think of our computers, although we frequently draw that analogy. Oh, God. So I'll leave you with this point here with respect to the neurobiology of music, that we hear a lot that, well, maybe the brain is just tuned to music. That's what it's all about. And I think that's probably true, but also that I'd like to suggest that the activity of the brain itself is like a kind of music. It's not exactly music, but it's something kind of like that. So now to transition into our panel conversation. So what I'll say is that now we have to make this link between the individual and the collective. And while neurons clearly participate in the music of the brain, what I would suggest is that, well, only humans participate in the music of the spheres. And I want to thank Boris Shoshitashvili, one of my collaborators. And for those of you who missed this discussion about the music of the spheres, the harmonization across biosphere, noosphere, I would really recommend that. And but what am I pointing to here? I'm pointing to the sort of just the dramatic difference, right, between electrical communication in a brain and cultural communication as human beings. Clearly, electrical communication was a dramatic advance. It's not necessarily thought of as one of a canonical major evolutionary transition, but it's what enabled multicellularity to communicate at these rapid speeds. Cultural communication is an entirely different process, an entirely different being. And so we have to be careful about the analogies we draw. And towards that end, what I'll point out is that, of course, a neuron may only have the vaguest instinct that it is embedded in a larger whole, but we all know that we are embedded in a larger whole. What humanity and what is often referred to as metaconsciousness. It's not merely that we have consciousness or experience consciousness. We have reflective consciousness. We have metaconsciousness. We know that we know. And I think this is where it brings us into terrain that, frankly, the religious traditions and mystical traditions provide a lot of insight. And with respect to religion and mysticism, it's pointing towards an experience of something greater than oneself, perhaps a transcendental experience, but also just how we make meaning is clearly more than just our individual selves. And on the one hand, I think that this points to a sort of more traditional or even etymological definition of religion based on religare, that which binds us either to a tradition or perhaps to each other. It also points to this other perspective that I think mystics and scientists share, which is that they're seeing into the unknown, they're seeing into a whole, but they can only we can only see partially into that whole. And what I'll leave you with a new concept. I don't know how many of you are familiar with the idea of negative capability. Initially a concept from the poet Keats, was later adopted by many psychoanalysts. Negative capability is the capacity to rest in mysteries, doubt, without reaching irritably after fact or reason. So just a very different way of working with knowledge and with being an experience, resting in the mystery. And I think if we can bring that humility to our conversation, I think it will take us a long way. So that's where I'd like to go next, is to bring up Terry Deacon, Elia Delio, and Francis Heiligen to the stage, if you will. Okay. Well, thank you, the three of you. I don't know that they need any additional introduction beyond the brilliant plenaries over the course of the last several days here. And so I'm really excited to have them up here so that we can have some time to talk a little bit more and in some depth about this concept. But where I thought I might have you each start as a starting point is to maybe give us your definition of what noospheric might be, noospheric consciousness, that is, its importance to humanity at this point in time, and how can we come to know more about it? I think one of the goals of our conversation this morning is for all of us to start to look forward. How, as a community, can we start to study and convene around these topics, as varied as they may be? How can we find some place for common dialogue? And you're welcome to comment on anything else at this point too. If something I said was way off base, feel free to call that out as well. And Elia, would you like to begin?
Well, sure. Thank you. First of all, thank you for that excellent presentation. That was really wonderful. When I see this term collective consciousness, it's very interesting because I think certainly we are entering into a new level of awareness, and I'm thinking of Teilhard as well, as he posited this term, the noosphere. And one thing I think just to keep in mind, while he spoke about moving from individual consciousness to what he called a co-reflective consciousness, he also really thought that evolution was the advancement of thought. So it's not just being aware of, but thinking, in a sense, in the same direction. Then I was just pondering, what it is to think. And it's not just the information that's at our disposal, but for Teilhard, it's forming those horizons of insight that begin to push the whole forward towards greater wholeness, so to speak. So I think first of all, there's so much that was said in the last 2 hours. Let's just sum this up in noospheric consciousness. It's a little bit much, but I do think that we're on the cusp of something here that is perhaps it's paramount to begin these conversations. Collective, I still want to hold that term, sort of with some brackets around it, because even thinking about what Francis presented in the first part, then I've spoken about in terms of ages of consciousness, from first axial to second axial periods to a new age of consciousness. I think we're living right now, and in a certain way, we're living between stories. We're living between levels of consciousness. Not everyone evolves at the same time, because evolution is a local affair. And depending on your family, your history, the place of religion or no religion, so many factors go into what allows a person to move to new levels of consciousness. So I do think part of the anxiety of the present moment is evolution itself is speeding up because of AI, and yet I think there are other factors that are sort of holding this advancement in collective consciousness back a little bit. And so one of the things, I think you mentioned it, how do we bridge, again, I think religion and science, or spirituality and science, or mysticism and science, or whatever you want to call that other dimension that is not science per se. That's the part that, in Teilhard's vision, it's the withinness that, in a sense, does shape the withoutness. How do we come to that level of breakthrough of consciousness within ourselves that then contributes to this collective awareness outside ourselves? There's a saying I often use: when the level of our awareness changes, we start attracting a new reality. But the question is, how does our level of awareness change? It doesn't happen outside ourselves. It is that what we might call the inner journey or the spiritual journey or whatever it is that connects a person within. In the Jungian sense, it's coming into those deeper levels of the psyche. And so we've put forth a lot here in terms of what we're calling the collective consciousness, or the noosphere. Now, how to begin to understand these various levels of things in a coherent way. I love that term, coherence, by the way. I love the idea of synergy. These are really important concepts for advancing into, but all of these big ideas they'll remain abstract ideas until they become, in a sense, more until we ourselves come to a new level of groundedness within ourselves. And just my last remark, quite honestly, as I was listening to the talks this morning, if you want to talk about collective consciousness, you have to go to a Villanova Wildcat basketball game or a Packers football game, right? 80,000 people in a stadium, and they are completely on the same page. So, what's happening in that awareness so one of the things I just might put out there is a collective consciousness cannot remain an abstract term. You need something that collectivizes, whether it's a winning team, whether it's a value, whether it's the good of the earth, whatever it is, it has to be put in a concrete form. We don't do well with abstracts. That's where actually we start withering away into various camps. So I think that's one thing we'll have to, as the conversation proceeds, in terms of a collective awareness of collective consciousness. What is that consciousness of? What is it that binds us together in this more collective whole? So it's all yours, Terry. Or Francis, or whoever.
All right, I will pick up enough. What I want to do is to back away from what I would call the shadow of Descartes. And a lot of our conversation about technology is a technology that doesn't talk about the physiology of our bodies, the energy that we demand just to be and to stay far from equilibrium as we are, as a not, in a sense, increasing the entropy of ourselves and of the world, which is one of the grand challenges we face. What I like, and of course, Michael and I have done work on this together, but what I find very interesting about the musical perspective is that, in fact, it's about the energy to some extent. It's not just the information. It's about all pattern, all information is embodied. It's embodied, it needs information, but it also needs metabolism and it needs physical form. When we think about computation, oftentimes we ignore the fact that what we do to find meaning is not just form and pattern, it's actually form and pattern about something. And to be about something means you've got to be grounded. And I think many of the comments that were worrisome comments that I hear from many people in the audience is how ungrounded sometimes our discussion of the future might be, how it does not pay attention to perspectives of indigenous people, of the environmental decline that we see in various places. Part of the noospheric story and part of the story of consciousness is it's about being physically in existence. It's about being matter. It's about being energy. It's about being matter and energy in pattern, in structure, in coherence and incoherence. And one of the other big challenges, of course, sometimes coherence, like you mentioned, I just love this example of being at a large meeting like that, but it reminds me also of what happened during Nazism. What happens, you can become also aligned in directions that are, in some sense, ungrounded. And one of the challenges of ideologies is that oftentimes can drive us away from that grounding. One of the things that this is about, of course, is to figure out the right grounding, to figure out how to ground the information, how to take our technologies and keep them grounded in the world. And the reason I like the musical perspective, and I also think about neural processes as a neuroscientist, time is a really crucial part of it as well. Computation built on what you might call the Turing model of how to do things does not really take into account time. Yes, one thing happens after another, happens after another, happens after another. But the one thing about life is it's totally asynchronous and can become synchronized, can become synergistic. And that's in time. That has to do with frequencies that match each other and what we sometimes describe as harmonies. And of course, that's one of the things that we feel comfortable with. And I think what we're recognizing is that it's not just the nervous system that works that way. We talk about the evolution of higher order forms of organism. It also has to do with things in time, synchronized, because you can't work together. You can't run together. You can't do things synchronously unless you're also linked up in time. And so I really appreciated that move to talk about the brain as music, because I actually think that's what's going on.
Yes, I want to go back to this concept of coherence and alignment, because there are positive and negative forms of alignment, like Terry was already looking at, for example, with Nazism, maybe the Germans were very much on one line about what was to be done and to conquer the world. That's not the kind of alignment you would like to have. There's a nice concept in sociology called groupthink. That means if you have a group of people that are closely interacting, typically in a special meeting, in a special group, they often kind of reinforce each other's opinions to such a degree that they deviate from the real world and they convince each other about some idea that afterwards turned out to be completely not applicable. And that is because there are positive feedbacks in alignment. If I confirm you, then you are likely to go a little bit further, and then you confirm me, which entitles me to go a little bit further, and we push each other to go more and more extreme, and that is typically the kind of dynamics you see of polarization. So at this moment, you have alignments, but locally alignment, and they are often very non-grounded. That means they have lost touch with the real world. So what do you need? When I speak about complexification as integration and differentiation, the differentiation part is also important. You don't want everybody to be thinking the same and wanting the same. What you do want is that they are in synergy. That means that they are not obstructing each other, they are not fighting each other, they're not in conflict, but they can still be doing very different things, and preferably from different perspectives. So the collective consciousness for me does not mean that everybody is thinking or feeling the same at the same moment, but that people are working together in such a way that they complement each other. That means that the overall goal is emergent. It's a goal where the different contributions are not in contradiction with each other, but the different contributions are different. People look at different aspects. Some people, let's say, they focus on global warming. Some people focus on polarization. Some people focus on indigenous knowledge. Some people focus on this problem, on that problem. We need all these people, but we need them not to work at cross purposes. We need them to work in such a way that the one does not fight the other, but that they are complementary. And it's that kind of consciousness that you want, and that's also the kind of consciousness you find in the brain. If the whole brain is synchronized, that all the neurons are firing at the same time, that's what's called an epileptic attack. That is not a healthy brain state. A healthy brain state, there is some local coherence, but different parts of the brain are doing different things and they are complementing each other. So that is something which we need for this collective consciousness, which is not obvious to achieve, and that it needs more thinking and more science. One remark I also wanted to make is I read recently about the younger generation, and as I said, this younger generation is very pessimistic. And one of the things that they typically will say is that we are much better informed thanks to the internet than our parents, and our parents are not aware of how bad the world is. So the younger generation thinks they are well informed, but they are informed via social media, and we all know that social media are very biased in the kind of messages you get. So you think you are well informed, but actually you have a very biased type of information, typically the most dramatic, the most pessimistic, the most simplistic, the most emotional things. These are the kind of things you get informed about. All the things that are going on in the background, all the hard work that is improving the world in lots of different things, you don't hear about it because it's not spectacular, it's not dramatic, it's not emotional. And that is an example of how people can think that they are conscious of what's going on in the world, but actually they're not conscious. It's like you walk into a beautiful forest, and there are millions of different plants and animals that are working in collaboration. And then there is some guy there with a loud radio, and the only thing you pay attention to is the loud music coming from that radio, and all the other things that are going on in the forests disappear from your consciousness. I think that lots of people are in that state. They feel they are informed, they feel that they are conscious of about what's going on in the world, but they are hearing this very loud music that's clamoring for their attention, and they're not aware of all these very subtle and complex interactions that they should be aware of.
Okay, let me make just a brief comment about that. And that's also a form of self-organization. And it's I think one of the worrying features about the way social media has worked. It amplifies certain things. As a result, people think, in a sense, in a very narrow way, as you were suggesting. That's a form of self-organization. Self-organization happens because of what gets amplified and what gets damped. And as a result, it recursively amplifies itself very, very rapidly. I think one of the challenges we're facing today is that we haven't figured out how to control that kind of self-organization in our communication systems. So it's both the source of organization and synchrony, but it's also the source of sort of over-synchronization that you were talking about. And we have not figured out yet in our social media and our forms of communication how to build around that. That's inevitable. It's going to happen that way. But in order to get the kind of, you might say, musical harmony we're talking about here, that needs to be overcome. And we haven't figured that out yet. But those of you in the room who are in that field, that should be something that we're all thinking about.
I just have a note maybe on the term collective, because as you were speaking, I was thinking of Teilhard's, something that's he has said that's quite well known, and that is union differentiates. The more I am in union with another, the more I am myself. Since it's the core of myself, that's the basis of union. Sometimes when we hear this term collective, we think of this kind of absorption. You were mentioning some of these totalitarian movements, and maybe that's the thing. Like, how do I know that this collective is better for me rather than diminishes me? And that is being part of a greater awareness, being part of this whole. Am I more myself? Am I more free? Am I more at home in this earth and with others? But his idea. So I think what we think sometimes is a collective as a whole, but in the Teilhardian sense, that whole is the maximization of diversity. So the greater the diversity, the greater the wholeness, since it's each aspect of diversity that contributes to the whole. In other words, the wholeness is increased by the maximization of the diverse parts. I think of it like a stained glass window, because the beauty that each part of each glass contributes to that whole. In itself, it's a piece of glass with a certain bevel. It has a particularity, but in the realm of the whole window, it has a particular light. It contributes to the overall brilliance of that light. So the idea that beauty is the maximization of contrast. So it's not a homogenization, it's a differentiation of what we are, what everything is, not just humans, but the sun, the moon, the stars, the earth, the soil, the trees. The beauty of the whole is precisely in the diversity and the differentiation of everything that exists. And in Teilhard's view, that increases that wholeness when love or a sense of the good becomes, the binding force of what we are together. And I might add here, I do love science, so I love to hear the scientific explanations of things. But we have to admit that science has had a bias against things like love, or the things of compassion, or these realms of meaning, which are not measurable sometimes. If they're not quantifiable or they're not measurable, or we can't put them in the graph, we're not really going to spend a lot of time talking about them. But it's those things we don't spend a lot of time talking about that may be the most vital things we need to really pay attention to. So I think AI is doing great in building, into super AI, but we're not doing well because there are unsayable things we don't talk about enough that really need to become deepened. They need to become embodied more. That binds us together. The science is doing great. It's the other side of things that really needs our attention. So I hope we can keep the fires going here in these conversations.
That's great. Thank you, Elia. That's actually exactly what I wanted to follow up on, because as the conversation was evolving, there was this, the talking about coherence and the assumption of coherence may be good, maybe not, synergy good, and immediately the normative dimension starts to enter into the picture here, and that's what you're really asking us to look at directly. And so I'd love to maybe see if maybe either Terry or Francis want to follow up a little bit on that normative perspective, the idea of value. How how do scientists work with this? Do we address it head on as a scientific problem? Are we leaving something out? Do we borrow from religion? Do we, how does that proceed? What does that look like?
Well, there is an old philosophical problem that is that ought does not follow from is. You can describe how the world is. That's what science does. It does not tell you how the world should be. You cannot derive value from observations. And another nice example of it is, I don't remember which philosopher said that you may have the most detailed schedule of the different trains. It does not tell you which train you want to take and which city you want to get off with. So my view is, how do I combine science with value? It is this thing I try to sketch in terms of evolution. You know that evolution eventually will lead to more fitness, but you also know that evolution is a blind process. It's a process of trial and error. That means it will make mistakes. It tries out some combination of things which apparently seems to work, but is self-defeating. Typically, you get that, for example, with parasites that are too successful. If a parasite is too successful, it kills its host, which means it kills not only its host, it kills itself. So evolution does make mistakes. You know that these mistakes will not last, because even if the parasite has killed itself and its host, there will be enough other organisms to try out different combinations. And then what typically happens is that the parasite will evolve more into a symbiote, meaning that the parasite will not kill its host, but will collaborate with its host. These are processes that you know in the longer term will win. In the longer term, the ones that are not self-destructive are the good ones. So now you can derive value from that and saying, I know evolution will eventually lead to that, but I don't want to make all these mistakes in the meantime. I don't want to create self-destructive systems. I don't want to create parasitic systems. So for me, the definition of good or evil is, good is that what in the long term can sustain itself and grow. Evil is that which eventually is self-defeating. To take a simple example, the war in Ukraine, Russia attacked Ukraine. It's obvious for everybody that Russia is only losing. It's a self-defeating war. They cannot win anything there. They're just losing out. Wars typically are self-defeating. That is why we consider war evil. So then you can think in the opposite direction, is what is good? What is good is some action which you know will in the longer term maximize this possibility of growth, of creative evolution. And I wanted to go back to the point that Ilya made about the diversity, the differentiation. Union differentiates. I want to give my favorite example of a good example of noospheric consciousness, and that's Wikipedia. You have these kind of filter bubbles, echo chambers, where you just get people reinforcing each other's idea and getting groupthink. What is Wikipedia? Wikipedia is a collection where the most diverse people have put in the most diverse perspectives. The whole point of a Wikipedia article is that you want an as balanced and as detailed possible treatment of any subject. That means if you read about a subject that you know something about and you find that a particular idea or perspective or aspect is missing, you add it. And that is what makes Wikipedia so strong. That is, it is not the view of one particular person. In a traditional encyclopedia article, you get one view of one particular author who, if it's a good author, will try to include as many perspectives as possible. But if you write an encyclopedia collectively, the way Wikipedia is, you will have a much more diverse, much more balanced view. And that is the kind of thing you want. So union. The union is the which and everybody can contribute to. That's the integration part. The differentiation part is everybody who has an idea that is not yet in Wikipedia and that is solid enough to be there can add that idea. So union differentiate. The union is the internet, the World Wide Web, the Wikipedia site. The differentiation is the enormous richness of ideas that are being accumulated in Wikipedia.
All right, I'll just say a few words. And one has to do with the problem of what norms are. What norms are, and of course, a very deep and old problem. But they always refer to something that we have been talking about but have never defined here. There's a benefit or a cost. Something benefits, something suffers. Something is right, something is wrong. Something fits, something doesn't fit. With respect to all of that, what determines that? What determines that is something like a self. Now, I don't mean a self like a person necessarily. It could be the health of an ecosystem, the health of an economy. Something benefits, something doesn't. Something fits, something doesn't. We have not talked about this problem of self much, and yet it's been in the background of almost all of our conversations here. We know that with the origins of life, we're beginning to see the sparkle of self showing up. We even talk about, even though we don't know for sure whether we want to call viruses alive or dead, we're actively trying to kill them, so to speak, trying to stop those that are making us sick. We recognize that they evolve. We know that at the very, very base of life, there's something like self. We talk about self-benefit, self-harm, self-reproduction, self-repair, and yet we're struggling with the concept of self. What we're struggling here with is also a higher order concept of self. And it's a real challenge because we don't even understand it completely at the level of organisms. And at the level of minds, it gets more complex. But now at this level of self that we're talking about, it's even more complex. But if you think about concepts of ethics and morality, they're about a higher level of self. It's not about myself. It's about ourself. It's about the collective self. And I think the clearer we are on the nature of that self, what kind of a self are we talking about? Forget high-level concepts like consciousness. Just what kind of a self are we talking about? That's a collective self. It's the larger homunculus that we're a part of. The clearer we are about that, the clearer we'll be about the normative features that we need to be striving towards.
Yeah, if I can just add to that, while I appreciate that, Terry, but I do think the self has an ineffable dimension to it. As much as I can reduce myself to my blood cells and my neurons, and I could be, I think it was a crick who said, you're just a pack of neurons. I was like, oh God. There's something about the human person that you really can't quite put your finger on. You can't measure it. There's a beauty of every particular person. There's a uniqueness. And I think that's one of the things that's feared today with AI. We're going to lose that distinctive uniqueness about what makes me me. Am I just going to become another machine-like person? Am I just going to be blended into the data? And that fear of the loss of not just the self, but the particularity of the self. So I think when we talk about particularity of the self, we're talking about the particularity of everything, while science, and I love science, believe me. I believe that we need science to really reflect adequately on reality today. But science cannot get to the absolute bottom of what is, even the human person. There's always this kind of ineffable, even if I take you all apart, it's the who you are as a person. That's immeasurable, and that's okay, here it is, what we call the divine part, right? That's the God part. And I think sometimes we kind of just push that, but that God dimension, spiritual dimension, however you want to frame it, that is the particularity that makes this person not replaceable by data, that this person has something unique and to contribute in a way that will last for all eternity. Your personal footprint on the whole of this collective noospheric, evolution. And I think we don't want to lose that. We want to find a way into the noosphere with AI that values the particularity of personhood, the particularity of the tree, the particularity of the grain of sand, and not lose that distinctiveness. It's the beauty of life precisely in that. So I agree, we will never know the self. And the other thing is we don't do well with mystery, let's face it. We don't do well with ambiguity. We're always wanting to, to fall on one side or the other, but all of life, actually, when you look at the brain, and you go, wow, it's a lot of ambiguity. So most of life, from my perspective, is in the in-between. Right? It's one side or the other, but we're always in this in-between. And I think living comfortably with ambiguity and being at home in that is a way then to participate more freely in this emerging AI noospheric life. Without having to understand everything. I love the fact that we're constantly driving to understand everything. This capacity, this capaciousness of the mind, which even science tells us this is the mind, and I'm saying the mind is even more than that. So this capaciousness to constantly pursue all of this, from my perspective, this is all the religious dimension of the scientific endeavor. In other words, science is fantastic, and then there's stuff that science cannot quite address. And I'm saying that's the mystical side, that's the ineffable side, whatever you want to call it. It's the side we need to bring in more into the conversation.
Allow me to mildly disagree. I think science is often misunderstood also by scientists. And there's a very simple principle that people tend to overlook, that is that the map is not the territory. Science makes models. Models are simplified descriptions. That means that the model is never the thing. So whatever you look at, even if it's something as simple as an electron, you can write a wave function of it. The wave function is not the electron. That is why any scientific description is not the thing. You can call that the ineffable, you can call it the mystical, you can call that the divine. That's just the way the world functions. You wouldn't want to have the description be equal to the thing itself. There would not be a sense to have a model that is exactly the same as the thing it models, because you better have the thing itself. A model is a simplification that allows you to make certain predictions. So what a model does is it tries to help you to make certain predictions. It cannot make all predictions. The world is not deterministic, but the models are tools that are useful. And you should not start from the assumption that there are certain things that can never be modeled, because then you get into this kind of a mode like, okay, there are the things that science can do, and there are the things that science can't do. The things that science can't do, that's the mystical, that's the divine, don't touch it. Then you get dangerously into a situation where you close off certain things and say, science can't do it. No, science can't do everything. Science, by definition, is limited. It can make maps. The map is not a territory. A model is a simplification, but I think you should not a priori say it will never be able to understand this or that. Like the hard problem of consciousness is one of these typical ones, like, okay, science can tell us what the brain does, but science will never tell us really what consciousness is. No, but science can make models of consciousness, and these models can tell us how our consciousness functions. It will never tell you everything. The model is not the consciousness, but it can tell you things that at this moment we would not even be able to imagine that it may be able to tell us. So I just want to say, of course, there will always be things that science doesn't tell us, but I don't want to make any a priori separation between the things science can tell us and the things science cannot tell us. And that, I think, is a tendency that people tend to take two different realms, the one that science can speak about and the one that science can't. Those two realms are not separate.
Yeah, I would fully agree with that. I wasn't saying that they're separate, actually. I was just saying that all knowledge is proximate. All knowledge is an approximation of the knowing and the knowing itself. So all I'm just saying is the transcendent dimension of knowing is the ineffable. So that's the beauty of science. It's always moving towards the knowing of what is yet to be known, or the ineffable. it's not that there is an ontological category of mysticism that's different from science. Yeah, I would never hold
we
that
agree.
position. Yeah.
Let me sit in the middle here. I think the key here is humility. That is on both
I agree.
both extremes, the ideological and the scientific. I think about my own work. From 50 years hence, looking back, certainly they will say many of the things that we thought were certain that we worked out. How could they have thought that? I think one of the important things for all of us in the science and technology world is to be humble about what we've accomplished and what we know and don't know. But the second thing is that the world has to be worked on. We have to do things. In order to keep things from running off the rails, we have to do things. And to do it right, we need to know how things work. Science is about trying to figure out how things work. If your car breaks down on the road and you know nothing about it, but you try to fix it, it'll only get worse. Science provides that side of it. And yet you have to be humble to know when you don't know how the car works. And you need somebody else to help you out. Mm-hmm. And I think that's our challenge. We're right now at that crux. We know a lot. We're really moving ahead rapidly. But we still don't know how it works quite. So long as we're humble and don't give up trying to figure out how it works, and then to use that knowledge the best we can, that's the best we can do.
Yeah, and maybe picking up on that, given Jennifer and the discussions yesterday, how do we bring what we're saying here into what someone called the third story or a new narrative? So I think this conversation itself is really a wonderful step into the future. But we do have to create some kind of operative, meaningful narrative, as science and spirituality, or science and value systems, or whatever you're going to call it, as we humbly walk into the future. What will be our new story together? That's, I think, what we have to really begin to put into shape a little bit, because I do agree that it's the stories that create meaning for us. In a sense, people are attracted. Someone once said to me, stories are more powerful than facts. I can be more moved to change by a story than I can be by a fact. And I do think we have to bring our tremendous knowledge from the sciences in line with a value system that we hold together in this new collective awareness into a new narrative. What is that? It's just an operative narrative, not the fixed story, but just something that we can tell together. What's the story that we would tell together from this conference, maybe?
Yeah, that's a wonderful place, I think, to sort of move towards wrapping up. And we probably could keep talking, and I think we can talk. It's about 11:30.
Yeah, it is.
So we do need to end, but we can keep talking without microphones, and anyone else who has questions can come forward. One of the things I wanted to just briefly mention as part of this conversation, in particular on consciousness, collective consciousness, noospheric consciousness, what's the word we're going to find to use to talk about this emerging phenomena. At Human Energy, we're putting forward a proposal to write a book on this topic. And so we would like to invite authors, thinkers, anyone here who's at this conference that wants to contribute to start to think about that topic really in particular, and to see how we can bridge some of the disciplines that were discussed throughout the conference. So just wanted to mention that. And if you're interested, come talk to me or anybody else at Human Energy. And I really want to thank Francis, Terry, and Ilya. Thank you so much for this roundtable, but also, or lineup, I guess, as it may be, panel. Became a panel. Well, it felt like a roundtable, actually. You guys did a really wonderful job creating that sense. So thank you for that. So, yes. For those of you who want to take a break, please get up and do so. Greg, do you have a question? You feel free to go ahead and.
Well, it looks like it's working.
I think it's working. It's green.
Hello. Oh, great. So wonderful, wonderful panel. And I was captured a bit by this, the limitations of science to explain certain things and, you know, the modeling and the purpose of science. It drew my mind to something larger. It's not just science, it's language and stories. And language is only able to represent certain things, at least well. And you get into realms that seem to be beyond our capacity to use language. So we sort of grapple with metaphor and all these things. And I was interested in some comments about that, because it seems to me there are things that we will have a great deal of difficulty representing and communicating. And, you know, stories are very powerful, but how far do they go? And then one other point is we talk about it as though we can understand this language, this global mind. It feels to me we don't even see it except through shadowy sort of reflections through it. We're a little lens and see tiny parts of it, but we're very inadequate to really see that or understand its larger purposes and meaning. And I think the difference between the cell, the neuron trying to understand the purposes of the person, it's really, we're in the same position when it comes to that. So any comments?
Let me make a quick comment, because I think that we underestimate, particularly if you're outside of the sciences, underestimate how much of science is driven by metaphor and analogy. That's how we discover new things. We discover new things because it's a little bit like that I've seen before. When we talk about evolution or the nervous system as a model, it's a metaphor. It's an analogy. Some parts are going to work, some parts are not, but that's how we move forward. And stories play a major role in that, but also the fact that not knowing, but knowing that it's a little bit like something else is a very powerful feature in our thinking. And so what we're struggling with here, of course, is that we're now moving into a territory where we don't have good models. And of course, it's going to start out being very metaphoric. So it's going to start out being very analogical, but that's the first step towards figuring it out.
Yeah, I really appreciate your comment, Greg. The limits of language sometimes, and what Terry was saying, language as just, you know, building these models, having ways to conceptualize what we're trying to understand. And yet sometimes the reality itself exceeding, you know, what we can say. Teilhard himself, you know, tried coining new language. It didn't work too well. He coined words like amorization or planetization. He put everything in the context of a verb, because what he's saying is what we're involved in now is not something that's static and ontological. It's something that's dynamic and interconnected. So I do wonder sometimes, do we need to find new language to describe the new reality we're in? And then how to, in a sense, inscribe that language into our culture and stuff. So yeah, it's an interesting question and work to do.
I just add one quick point to that, Eli. I really appreciated just from, you know, your presentation. You brought in words that I would have, as a scientist, would have been like, I have no idea what you're talking about, like Catholicity, right, for example. And then to sort of learn that that has this sort of sense of greater wholeness and the differentiation that you're talking about, then it starts to have much deeper resonance with the scientific topics that we're talking about. So I think that's, I just wanted to comment on that, because there's a way that those ideas are then maybe picked up by a scientist somewhere who might come to a new understanding of it and adopt it in the way that Terry's using it. Oh, it's nothing like that, but it totally reminds me of what happened over here, right, in that way. So I really appreciate that.
Great, thank you.
I have three phrasings of one question. How can we navigate effectively in the precarious divide between diversity and chaos? How can we navigate the opportunity and responsibility of global order and governance and the emplacement of nationhood and the collective amidst the pernicious risk of fascism and tribal factionalism and the schisms which cause decay? How can we productively say no as well as yes?
A very difficult question, but I was reminded recently of how do you create factionalism? There is one way. There are so-called scissor statements, statements about which half of the people very much agree and half of the people very much disagree. If you throw such a scissor statement into a society, you will create factionalization, you will create polarization. So maybe we should think about the opposite, throwing in statements that everybody can agree with and throwing around these statements instead of emphasizing the differences of opinion, emphasizing the things people agree about. And I think most people agree about most things. Most people agree about the importance of peace, the importance of not wasting, the importance of efficiency, the importance of education, the importance of science, the importance of spirituality. If we could create a number of these kind of statements that are sufficiently concrete that they wouldn't be immediately dismissed as some abstract statement, and then inject those into all these conversations on social media, maybe that would be a way to bridge the factions.
I might, as you were talking, I don't know if you've ever read the introduction to Teilhard's Hymn of the Universe, but he's writing, part of that he's writing in 1917. He's a stretcher bearer in World War I. He's literally writing from the trenches, like he's jotting down notes as people are literally being shot and dying all around him, and he has to carry the dead and the wounded. And if you read that, you would never know he was in the midst of the horror of war. He is talking about the future. He's talking about something that's emerging here, and it's so hopeful. You think either this guy totally lost it or something else is going on here. There's something about Teilhard's, if I can use the word optimism or faith in the future, that he really believed, it's not just a belief system of a blind belief. He's an evolutionary biologist, so he's looking at patterns in evolution. And he's saying something is going on here that meets the eye. And and in his view, it's not to negate the reality. That's there. That is for sure. But to be attentive to seeing something that is even more than that immediate reality. There's something else taking place. And I think, what he asks us to is to use our senses to see what are the new patterns that are emerging, and are we attentive to what those new patterns are? Because we can get caught in that vortex of war and destruction and evil. And then we too are part of the death of everything taking place. So I would just encourage you to read Teilhard's writings in that regard. Yeah.
Hi. When you were talking about music, you seem to be referring to a kind of music that is often referred to as absolute music, which in terms of classical music is music that's written for its own sake with no extraneous meaning. But there's another kind of music in terms of classical, which is program music. Are you familiar with that? Okay, are you familiar with
the distinction between absolute and program music?
Yes.
Not by those words, and no.
So program music is not just for its own sake. It's intentionally tells a story or paints a picture or describes a scene. For instance, Beethoven's Sixth Symphony, the Pastoral, was the first piece of program music. Then you have Vivaldi with the Four Seasons and various other people who wrote program music. And so I struggle a little bit with that idea that music is this abstract thing that everyone can interpret in its own way, because that's a particular type of music, but there's not a whole lot of that. In classical music, it became very programmatic and very intentional. And the composer would, specifically choose chord progressions or keys or instrumentation, structure, form to relate a message. So I'm wondering how thinking about music in this way might enrich the conversation that we're having.
No, I appreciate that. And so as you were saying that, of course, it immediately clicked to me what you mean by program music. I had played with my kids, I think it's Haydn's Farewell Symphony
Right.
recently. There's a
Yes,
good example.
they start disappearing.
Disappearing, right,
Yes.
and there's a clear message in there, right?
Right.
So, and I certainly didn't mean to imply that that's exactly how I was seeing music, or that it was purely in some sort of abstract realm,
Yeah.
but that everyone will still have an experience, a felt experience of moving through that program. And I'll just add one of the ways we're looking at this particular way of understanding brain dynamics is with story, literal, right? So there's a clear program,
exactly.
so we can look at the shapes of stories as well and see that. So we're using the same methods in that way. And I see Sheila's given me that wink, wink, nod, nod. And we definitely don't want anyone to miss out on lunch. So
Okay,
it's time
thank you.
to wrap up. Thank you, everybody.
So I need to cut that off. The buffet is open. Please help yourselves to lunch. If you lost your meal tickets or your meal ticket, you may get one. Go to the front desk and they'll check and give you another. Our lunchtime speaker, David Sloan Wilson,
I hate to interrupt these great conversations, but we're about to have a wonderful follow-up from everything we've seen. I'm going to introduce David Sloan Wilson, an evolutionary biologist by training. We have considerable overlap in our interests. David has pioneered what was once a small area of evolutionary biology about multi-level selection, the kind of problem we're talking about today, multi-levels. That is how evolution is built higher and higher levels. He's pioneered much of this work, made a major change, and has made a major change in the field because of this. David is an emeritus distinguished professor from Binghamton, New York. He is also the director and I think the creator of something called the Evolution Institute. I have at various times been involved and sort of interacted with him on this. But I think one of the most interesting features of this is that there's very few of us who have actually tried to bring this into the practical world. You know, we live in that airy world of ideas and laboratories and things like that. David has created something called pro-social world, which is actually trying to take many of these ideas of how evolutionary systems become stable, become, in a sense, cooperative, synergistic, we've heard the word before, very important part of that work, but to actually bring the evolutionary insights into the social world, and to use some of the findings of the Nobel Prize winner Elinor Ostrom to bear on these issues, bringing evolution, sociology, anthropology together. So without further ado, let me introduce David Sloan Wilson.
Okay. Thank you, everyone. What a wonderful conference this has been. And over the summer, I had the privilege of leading a 10-week master class in the science of the noosphere. And this was a really intense experience. 10 weeks, 2 90-minute sessions per week based on 31 hours of video conversation. Amount of work and information comparable to a semester-length graduate seminar. We had a scientific research program built around it, which I reported upon yesterday. And you know, who would take such a thing? And as it turned out, 180 people did take it. And the most important thing I want you to know about it is that we crossed something that I call the commitment watershed. And so there's like a watershed difference. On one side of this watershed, everyone is so busy, they're suffering from the techno-social dilemma. It's just like, oh, make it quick. You know, I can't watch anything longer than 5 minutes. And on the other side, it's just like, I can't get enough. This gives me meaning. That's what the third story is all about. Ben lives on the other side of the commitment watershed. And I think that thanks not only to the master class, but I think also this conference and other human energy of activities, we now have large numbers of people have crossed the commitment watershed. I mean, how many people are in this room have that feeling? I can't get enough. This is so important. Isn't that the case? And so, and what that means is that if you're on that side of the commitment watershed, this is literally a reservoir of human energy, a reservoir of human energy. And then there's a question of how do we channel that reservoir? So what's next? And I think the three things that are on offer, in the first place, inspiration, for sure. So much of this has been about inspiration. Learning, for sure. And then, of course, action. And I think all of us can agree that if this actually does not end up leading to action, then it has not fulfilled itself. So what does action look like? It looks a little something like this. Life consists of many spheres of activity, represented by those little circles. Each sphere has an optimal scale. And good governance requires finding the optimal scale for each sphere of activity and appropriately coordinating among the spheres. This is part of the legacy of Elinor Ostrom that Terry mentioned. And I'm not going to mention her by name anywhere else in this conference, but she is a pillar of what we do. So this is what action looks like. It's multi-level and it's multi-context, ultimately at the scale of the whole Earth. And so how can the science of the noosphere lead to an action agenda? I think that having experienced this conference, I've spent some periods of time thinking, oh, what I'm hearing is immensely practical, kind of like this Amish barn raising. And then I spent other times thinking, oh, whoa, what are they smoking? Head in the clouds or what? And so I think what I want to do in my talk is I really want to try to identify the aspects of the science of the noosphere which I regard as immensely practical, a practical toolkit that we could use without disparaging the other stuff. Okay, but I do think that's important to distinguish between them so that we actually can get going with an action agenda. And I can do that with 4 words: conscious, multi-level, cultural, and evolution, which I will take in reverse order. Evolution, this word has always had a broad sense of meaning. People were using the word evolution before Darwin, but Darwin gave it a very specific meaning as a process that includes those 3 ingredients of variation, selection, and replication. And Francis alluded to this in his plenary this morning. And so when we use the word evolution, we get the most relevant to action is to use it in this very specific way, Darwinian evolution, not evolution broadly defined. Cultural means that there's more to evolution than genetic evolution. It's so amazing that around the world, and to beginners and novices, to experts and novices alike, when I say the word evolution, most people hear the words genes. But evolution is more than that. Darwin didn't know anything about genes. For him, it was those 3 ingredients. And so now what we have now, what's been happening over the last few decades, is a return to basics. So people defining evolution as Darwin did, it's called generalized Darwinism, any process that combines those 3 ingredients, not just genetic evolution. And so all of a sudden, this theory that has proved itself, proved its explanatory scope for the study of genetic evolution can now be used to explain the changes taking place all around us, cultural evolution within us, our personal evolution as open-ended evolutionary systems, and in evolutionary algorithms on computers, in other words, artificial intelligence, all employing variation, selection, replication processes, relevant to just about everything that we do. Multi-level means that everything that's pro-social, everything that we do that's extended towards the welfare of others and our groups as a whole is vulnerable to exploitation by more self-serving behaviors. And so as I put it with the other Wilson in an article, selfishness beats altruism within groups. Altruism in all forms of pro-sociality is vulnerable to exploitation. And yet, that's the bad news. The good news is that altruistic groups beat selfish groups. Groups of cooperators can outcompete groups of individuals that can cohere. And this dynamic, this 2-level dynamic in opposing directions can be stretched into a multi-level, into multiple levels. So it can explain, for example, competition among genes within individuals all the way up a multiple hierarchy of units. And so I like to say that multi-level selection is like a perverse alchemist who turns gold into lead. Self-preservation is a good thing, but it easily becomes self-dealing. Helping kith and kin, a good thing, easily becomes nepotism and cronyism. Shareholder profits, extreme inequality, so on and so forth. But it's humbling to think that almost every social pathology that we can think of is actually a form of virtue at a lower scale. Very little is just individually selfish. Most of it is cooperation, forms of cooperation at a lower scale, which then becomes disruptive at higher scales. And so prosociality and multi-level selection is both the problem and the solution. And it's for that reason that the word conscious is important, because rapid cultural evolution is taking place, whether we want it to or not. And left unmanaged, it becomes the problem rather than the solutions. And so we must make the welfare of the whole system the target of selection. We must basically create an inheritance system at a larger scale than ever before. The target of selection, orient variation around the target. Not only is there random variation, which Francis alluded to in his plenary this morning, there's also guided variation. There's even guided variation in genetic evolution. And in cultural evolution, we do things at random. And often what works is what came out of the blue. So random variation is important, but also there's a whole lot of guided variation where we make informed guesses about what might work. And then that becomes a form of conscious evolution. And so we must basically create cycles, variation, selection, replication cycles, various scales, various contexts, and do it again and again and again if we're going to bring the noosphere around. And I think it's going back to this slide, trying to separate out the more practical aspects of what we've been hearing from the more ethereal, is that on the left here, when we talk about the word conscious, we mean it in a very mundane sense: planning, intentional, deliberative, not hard to understand. And on the other hand, we have discussions of consciousness, which are consciousness as the hard problem, or is there cosmic consciousness? These are good conversations to have, but I don't want them to obscure the mundane definition of consciousness, which is the one that's most practical. Is just we have to plan this. Not hard to understand that. And so against this background, if we take the superorganism concept seriously, as Terry did in his plenary on major evolutionary transition, we can make a very strong statement that functional organization at any given level requires a process of selection at that level and tends to be undermined by selection at lower levels. That's the message of multi-level selection. It does not just emerge or self-organize in a looser sense. And in order to convey this, I actually asked ChatGPT to draw a picture for me around the words "islands of functional organization in a stormy sea of interconnectedness" is what I asked it to do. And it actually auto-corrected to interconnected mess. And I thought, that's the best autocorrect ever. That's perfect. That's even better. And so the point that this is trying to convey is that entities that qualify as organisms, that are so cooperative and functionally organized that they qualify as organisms, that's a very special process that brought that about. And when that process doesn't happen, you get other stuff, which is very complex, very interconnected, but it just doesn't have that property of functional organization. We do not call it a organism. And I think I've always been puzzled by this allure of interconnectedness that we hear, everything's so interconnected. That's not helpful. I do not find that does not put its finger on the difference between something which is functionally organized or not. Wicked problems are richly interconnected. And here's another way of saying the same thing. Here's the Repast of the Lion by Henry Rousseau, and all of the organisms in this painting, they're organisms. So they're functionally designed to survive and reproduce in their environments. But most ecosystems are collections of organisms pursuing their separate adaptive strategies, often at the expense of each other. In my academic writing, I distinguish between two meanings of the phrase complex adaptive systems. Meaning one, a complex system that is adaptive as a system. Meaning two, a complex system of agents pursuing their separate adaptive strategies. And the take-home message is that the second meaning, CAS2 systems, do not just robustly self-organize in the CAS1 systems. For that, we require a process of selection at the ecosystem level. So an ecosystem is composed of, most ecosystems are composed of organisms, but they are not a super organism. And this quote from Michael Lewis's book on Wall Street, The Big Short, I think demonstrates this very well for cultural ecosystems. The facts of Wall Street life were inherently brutal in his view. There was nothing he couldn't imagine someone on Wall Street doing. He was fully aware that the high-frequency traders were preying on the investors and that the exchanges and brokers were being paid to help them do it. He refused to feel morally outraged or self-righteous about any of it. I would ask the question, on the savannah, are the hyenas and vultures the bad guys, he said? We have a boom of carcasses on the savannah. So what? That's not their fault. The opportunity is there. To Don's way of thinking, you are never going to change human nature, though you might alter the environment in which it expressed itself. And so here's an ecosystem, a cultural ecosystem. It's richly interconnected, but it's an interconnected mess. This is not the kind of cultural ecosystem we want. We want a certain kind of cultural ecosystem. And on that point, we can ask the question, can biological ecosystems become functionally organized? And the answer to that is yes, when they're units of selection. So if you take our microbiomes, for example, every time we survive and reproduce as individuals, our microbiomes are surviving and reproducing along with us. And so there's a very sensible process of selection at the level of the microbiome co-evolving with our genes. So that's grounds for expecting microbiomes to be superorganisms. A lot of interest on forest ecosystems this way. Is it really true that the trees are connected to the mycorrhizae and they're communicating with each other and all of that? The answer to that is, well, yes, maybe. That's within the realm of possibilities. But it doesn't happen all by itself. There's going to have to be a process of ecosystem selection for that to happen. And if not, it's going to be like that Wall Street ecosystem. A lot of the ecosystems in nature are like unregulated, laissez-faire human economies. And so we really have to be able to identify the presence and absence of functional organization where it exists in nature or in human cultural ecosystems. And so if we want a spiritual basis for evolution, I think the best fit is with the Four Noble Truths of Buddhism. As with the Four Noble Truths, what we can say from an evolutionary perspective is that life is full of suffering. Why? It's because species are pursuing their cravings, their adaptive strategies, often at the expense of each other. That is true for nature no less than human life. Thankfully, there is a path to end suffering. And while Buddhism might be such a path, there's also an evolutionary path to end sufferings, which is basically to consciously evolve larger and larger systems, ultimately at the scale of the entire Earth. Now, if we expand upon this, then it can't just be only the global good. So here, if I had more time, then I would be able to justify the following list, which I think it flows from this perspective. And so it actually does become a new common sense. So the systemic good must be the explicit target of selection. Conventional understanding of the invisible hand metaphor, lower level interests robustly benefit the common good. Profoundly untrue. Lower level units and identities remain important, but must be coordinated with the higher level common good in mind. Small and appropriately structured groups, a fundamental unit of human organization. This is against the individualism of the last 70 years. The fundamental unit is the individual operating in the context of a highly cooperative and appropriately structured groups. Governance and change must be participatory at all levels, and we must function in two capacities: as designers of whole systems, and then as participants in the systems that we design. And in the latter capacity, then actually we don't have to have the whole system in mind because it's designed so that we don't. And so actually a legitimate conception of the invisible hand comes back in a different form than the conventional form. So here are some examples. Thankfully, although the whole Earth does not function in this capacity yet, in most respects. We do have actually many examples at the meso level, at the middle level. And I love this one because it's based on my conversation with Kevin Kelly in the Science of the Noosphere series. And Kevin is fascinated by the Amish. Looks like one too, I might add. And what he says is that you know, they're not technologically backwards. They're technologically as clever as all get out. But for everything they decide to adopt or not to adopt, they ask this question: how is this going to influence our community? That's what causes them to either accept or reject a technological innovation. They are consciously applying community level selection, higher level selection to their communities. And so that's why their communities work so well. They don't use the word evolution, but they're actually conscious cultural evolutionists at the community level. Another example, Wikipedia, and the target of selection: to create and distribute a free encyclopedia of the highest possible quality to every single person on the planet in their own language. And Ann Klin, who just gave a talk just previous to this one, and I have a conversation with her as part of the Science of the Noosphere series. Everybody has to really understand that Wikipedia, although there's a sense in which it's self-organized, the amount of structure that is required for Wikipedia to function is mind-boggling. Just imagine all of the people who want to get their biased content published on Wikipedia, and what must be done to prevent that from happening. I asked, and I asked you during our interview, I said, you know, it's like Wikipedia needs an immune system, right? And do you actually talk about it that way? And you said, you bet we do. We need an immune system. And here's something else. How is it possible for Wikipedia to run with a 30-to-1 ratio of volunteers to paid staff? Ann Klin works her heart out for Wikipedia and has never paid a cent. How does that work? How does that work? Well, what's the social incentive system that causes that to happen? And it turns out that you'd think that the people who work for Wikipedia are just by themselves typing into their computers, but it's a rich social environment. You told me that many people have gotten married through working on, and you know, when you like what somebody did, you send them a cookie. And if they didn't do something, they're known about it. And so Wikipedia qualifies as a cultural superorganism, which means that it has everything else an organism has. It has an anatomy, a physiology, an immune system, a nervous system. That doesn't come for free. That has to be based on a selection process. Third example, which was also represented at this conference, Bob Chapman was part of the business panel with presided over by Michael Pearson, an amazing example of a company at which truly is designed around everybody matters. We're showing what's possible at the intersection of great business strategy and profound care for people. And what's so amazing about this company is that not only does it do an amazing job for itself, but it has now acquired, it doesn't use that word, it uses the word adopt, over 130 other, I have 120 here, but there's 10 more have been added since this slide, other companies, and then also transform their culture in the same way. Isn't that amazing that this is happening at the meso scale? And it's a proof of concept for what could happen at the larger scale. And so I think it's very important to reinforce the point that Terry made in his plenary, that the noosphere comes in all sizes. It comes in sizes large and small. The first noospheres were the hunter-gatherer groups of our ancestors. And the reason that they qualified as noospheres was because those little groups actually were superorganisms. They did qualify as superorganisms in the same way as these more modern example. And so what that means is that no matter what the scale or context, every one of you is a participant in multiple groups. And every one of those groups is cooperative, more or less cooperative to varying degrees, and can become more cooperative, can become more noospheric, and also can become more adaptable, more flexible in adapting our futures. And so I think that is the action agenda as I see it. And so there we go. There's our 3 things. And very happy to take questions. Thank you very much.
Come right up to the microphone.
Thank you so much for that inspiring talk. I'm wondering if you have any thoughts on the role of the encounter conflict between the US and China as representing 2 particular instantiations of pathological individualism on the one hand and something other.
Yeah, that's a great point. And so that's what we have. And I think what we can say is that there's 2 things that don't work and only one thing that does work well. One thing that doesn't work is laissez-faire, because it's just not the case that the pursuit of lower level interests benefits the common good. The other thing that doesn't work is centralized planning. And that doesn't work for 2 reasons. One is there's no group of experts that can figure things out. And secondly, whenever it involves a concentration of power, then basically it ends up benefiting the elites, even when it started out in a well-meaning sense. And so if you might have a group of elites in a socialist nation, or you might have a group of ultra-wealthy elites in a capitalist system, and in both cases, what happens is just things get run for the benefit of the elites. And there's a wonderful book by my colleague Peter Turchin, who's written a number of books, but his most recent book is called End Times. And it's a diagnosis of our age. I think it should be just reading for everyone. It talks about elite overproduction and competition among the elites is what's driving a lot of this polarization, is that there's just too many elites and they're all competing with each other for power. And when there's that much competition, they end up doing more and more extreme and counter-normative things. And so I would think that laissez-faire economies are erring on one side, centralized planning economies are erring on the other side. And I think also, this is something that Teilhard also pointed out, is that there's forms of superorganisms that are not worth wanting. When he said, we don't want to be a termitary. There has to be a sense in which the individual retains agency in the larger organism. And Teilhard talked about that as the pearl beyond price of the role of the individual agent. And I think that superorganisms done right is as a participatory at all scales. Another example, meso example, is a book called Turn the Ship Around by a naval captain, David Marquet, who implemented this in a nuclear submarine. He turned the worst ship in the fleet to the best by going from what he called a leader-follower model to a leader-leader model. And he would tell you that if somebody's just following order, that's a waste of their resources. And if this could work at a nuclear submarine, which is in some cases, really hierarchical and has to make decisions in the spur of an instant, it could work anywhere. So that's an amazing meso example. And if you want to, tell us more about that, or so. Oh, well, that's great. And there's also Team of Teams by General Stanley McChrystal on this. So this has military, it has applications everywhere.
So yeah, so I'm Malcolm Ocean, I guess an independent researcher in conscious evolution. Normally I'd have to give more context on what that might mean, but I guess I don't here. One thing that I've observed is that there's a way in which the functional organization seems to, like in terms of, so there's clearly an issue with laissez-faire, but it also seems that there's something where insofar as people would prefer to work for an organization that, you know, cares for them like family, or that is a highly functional, conscious, collaborative superorganism, rather than something that's more dysfunctional and is exploiting them to get things done. It seems like insofar as people would want to, would prefer one of these over the other, then there is kind of like a bottom-up pressure as well towards the creation of more of these. And it seems like the sort of thing that maybe we'll get at like a tipping point on at some point, whereas more and more people feel able to exit one for the other, that will enable that to be possible. And it seems like that's one way in which maybe we don't need, like maybe in a sense, us being participants in the system is enough, and like merely as participants, we will want to do the designing. Like we don't need to sort of have an additional reason to do the designing, like a moral reason, for instance. Like there is a self-interested reason to design those systems. Does that seem, does that track?
That's very great. Thank you for those points. And the way I think of that is a combination of bottom-up hopefully meeting enlightened top-down. So one thing you're saying is that so much can be done in bottom-up without asking anyone's permission. Any one of you in the groups of your lives can get going on this, and that's amazing. So in addition to that, wouldn't it be nice if those individuals which are in a position to make things happen at a larger scale, rather than doing it top down or in a way which benefits them, not others, actually get the message. And at that point, they can actually act as capacitators to facilitate what goes on underneath it. So human energy is like that. A pro-social world is like that, so on and so forth. So bottom up meets enlightened top down. And then how much bottom up can do on its own. One of my conversations with in the Science of the Noosphere series, and I encourage everyone to view this series. I mean, many people, to have done it in the master class was great, because then it became a social experience. And there's quite a few members of that group came here and are present right here, and you could ask them. But even if you watch them solo, you will get a lot, and actually find a way to watch it as a group. It'll get even better. But one of my conversation partners, John Aquila, along with his colleague, David Ronsfeldt, made the following point. First there was the age of empires. Then there was the age of nation states. Next up, the age of networks. And so much is happening, bottom up through networks, that is a very, very strong force. And it's ultimately maybe the form that governance will take, even at some point replacing the nation state. So it does speak to the power of bottom up and networks. But top down is good too. And an example of that is Microsoft, of all things, in its third CEO, first Bill Gates, then Steve Ballmer, and now Satya Nadella. And Satya Nadella being a much more empathetic person. Nothing he learned in business school, I promise you that. And so part of this is reforming the business school curriculum, and that's why Michael Pearson is here. But because of the fact that in some sense he did get it, and he's in a position top down to implement that through his organization. And so Microsoft is actually doing things differently than it was before. So anyhow, thank you.
Yeah, my name is Gino Yu from Hong Kong.
Hey.
I do research in phenomenology, neurophysiology, and really looking at development as well too. And in your talk, you give a number of examples of these kind of groups that come together. I'm just curious around the governance that you mentioned, and also kind of the operating system, if you will, in terms of in early days, you would call it a functional mythology. And so 5,000 years ago, your understanding of reality was dictated by where on the planet you lived and what the religious tradition was. And usually it's constructed by the mythology, the art, and the rituals. And it serves four functions: the cosmological function, the pedagogical function, the societal function, and the mystical function. And so right now, it seems like we have no functional mythology. And within these groups, they're kind of I think things are emerging, and these are a lot of different case studies that you have of different people that have created different cultures, from this. Can you talk a little bit about kind of the possibility of engineering these kind of cultures based upon what we know about the science of consciousness, about human development and everything, and knowing that different people are at different stages to create kind of an operating system, if you will. There have been attempts like holacracy and everything in this area. I'm just curious as to, is there a kind of a science that's emerging in this space for us to create these kind of operating systems for organizations? Thank you.
Yeah, there's so much. And I want to do a time check. How much time do we have?
Time check? Excuse me? He's asking.
Yeah, short, please.
Short. Short? That was such a big question. How can I do short? So I want to first answer it at the micro scale and then answer at the micro scale. At the micro scale, we have Eleanor Ostrom and her core design principles, which is kind of the blueprint for this. And the first core design principle is a strong sense of identity and purpose. If you don't have that, you're not going to be an effective group. If you do have that, and then if you have the other protections of the core design principles, which basically make it difficult to misbehave within the group, then what happens is you've created an environment that's so safe and secure for being pro-social that the members of the group actually perceive that, and without needing to be taught, they just come out of their shells and they experience something which they will themselves describe as love. So, it all depends, it all begins with a strong sense of identity and purpose. At the macro scale, I think envisioning the whole Earth as our unit. First and foremost, I am a human being and citizen of the Earth, okay? That was beyond the imagination until about 200 years ago. But I think now, given all the globalization that's happened, and in many ways, for many of us, it's the only thing that makes sense. And then how it gets communicated is we get, for example, the Dalai Lama, Beyond Religion, Ethics for the Whole World. And I think the third story is an attempt to provide that narrative. And then the final thing I'd want to say is that a degree of pluralism is also called for. At the end of the day, we might end up all, in terms of our outer intentions, be working towards a whole earth ethic, but the way we do it might be different. And this is sometimes called interspirituality, where there's what's called a first-tier consciousness. Some of you might be familiar with this. A first-tier consciousness, which is your particular tradition. But they all lead to this awareness of interconnectedness and so on and so forth. And so there's a second-tier consciousness, and you can operate in both spheres. You can't leave your current tradition as part of who you are. But what you can do is you can enter into this second tier in which you then enjoy each other's perspectives, and then you appropriately coordinate. So, thank you.
So in order to move on, please thank David Sloan Wilson.
When does the next speaker come?
Yes, so David will be introducing Robert Wright, the next.
Right now?
Let's just get the tech loaded, maybe 1 minute.
Okay.
Yeah, so don't go away, this will be great.
Literally 30 seconds. Is our laptop?
That's
This
your
is not
laptop.
yours. Okay. Let's get out of here. This is not working. Can you? What are you doing? What are you doing? How do I, we need to close this, but I can't figure out how to get this to work. Okay. Right.
It should be on the laptop, right?
Yes, it should be. Okay, right.
I can get it up.
Okay, I'll let you get it up. And is this working? Will he be able to use that?
We
He's
can
going to
test.
he wants to stand here. So
Oh, okay
I
then.
don't think he's going to use the headset.
Perfect. Yes, it's already up.
They're on here. But projected from
Oh,
here.
I see. They're on this notebook.
Right, but we can.
So there's a notebook.
Can we put this notebook under here and have him, because you want to read off this, is what I hear you saying?
Ideally.
I had the exact same issue with my own
We can
presentation.
set up another table here.
Yeah, that would be great. Can you put up another table for this? And then you can
That would be
read
great.
from here.
That would be great.
Fantastic, okay.
And then the clicker is like that's forward and that's backward.
So,
So yeah, I will. These things are available on YouTube.
So you can change the slides using this.
Okay.
So this arrow changes slides.
so if you want to, do you want to put your notes down? Or
Yeah,
something?
yeah, thank you very
And I
much.
will give you a brief introduction.
Okay. Is it yours?
Shall we?
Sure. Now, is that going to be?
That'll work. Works for me. Okay, everybody. I first met Bob Wright in 1993 when he was writing his book, The Moral Animal, covering the new science of evolutionary psychology. And I was organizing the annual meeting of the Human Behavior and Evolution Society, then a new society way back then. And since then, of course, that book, The Moral Animal, was a very influential book, brought evolutionary psychology to a very large public. And ever since, Bob has been one of our most influential journalists covering fascinating topics. His book, Non-Zero, and his book also, Why Buddhism is True. So it's a great privilege to have someone like Bob Wright be, I guess, our final plenary speaker. So please give him a warm welcome.
So, can everybody hear me? Okay. Well, thank you, David, for that nice introduction. It has been great getting to see a number of old friends I haven't seen in a long time, including David. And an interesting thing about them, and I think a tribute to the conference, is that a number of them I had been keeping in like different parts of my brain. So like David was, I had kind of had filed under science, and Kevin Kelly, like techno-visionary, and Brian Swim, kind of cosmic spirituality. And now here they all are in the same room. And I think, you know, that's that kind of synergy is what this is about. So I want to thank the organizers, Sheila, for all the work you did to put this together. And thanks to Ben for being the prime mover, as they say in theology. Listen, there's two kinds of bad dreams you can have about giving a talk. One is, of course, the one where you like 5 minutes before the talk, you realize you're supposed to give a talk, you're not ready, and it's horrible. That, for me, is the most common kind and the most horrifying. But there's a second kind of bad dream about talks, which is less common, somewhat less horrifying, but that's where you realize as the talk approaches that you promised to cover much more ground than you can possibly cover in the time allotted. I looked about a week ago at the abstract I had sent Sheila and realized it was basically like a 95-word book proposal. So I'm going to kind of be living out that second bad dream in front of your eyes as you look on in horror. I want to apologize. I'll try to cover pretty much everything I promised to cover in the abstract. I will have to go over some things pretty fast, probably. Feel free to buttonhole me afterwards and demand clarification. But let's get started and see if I know how to work this thing. Okay, looking good. Okay, so there's Teilhard's great work, The Phenomenon of Man, published in French in 1955, a few months after he died, I think. In English in 1959. It created quite a stir upon publication. Here's something that was written about it in 1961, describing the reception. It is a book widely held to be of the utmost profundity and significance. It created something like a sensation upon its publication in France. And some of the reviewers hereabouts called it the book of the year, the book of the century. Now, as it happens, that was written, that's part of a book review of The Phenomenon of Man, written by Peter Medawar, a prominent biologist. Some of you may know he was not a big fan of Teilhard, so it won't surprise you to see that the next sentence was, yet the greater part of it, I shall show, is nonsense, and so on. This is probably the most famous Teilhard put down that I'm aware of. You see it cited every once in a while. And, you know, it's in a certain sense understandable. I mean, the book it's a very difficult book. As some people say, parts of it read more like poetry than prose. It's true that Teilhard sometimes prefers kind of enthusiastic pronouncement to careful linear argument. And it's not, he doesn't always, at least by my light, signal in the book an awareness of where kind of empirically based argument leaves off and metaphysical speculation begins. And in addition, of course, he had theological commitments that many scientists don't share. So it's not surprising that he has not been, I would say, warmly received in the scientific community broadly, certainly not by evolutionary biologists. But I think that's a shame and in a way reflects a certain kind of myopia. I think, you know, what Teilhard was great at was getting the big picture. You know, he stepped back and took in the entire evolutionary process in the broadest possible sense of that term. And he saw things that other people didn't see. And they are, I think, philosophically important, politically important, spiritually important. And some of them have been, you know, I think vindicated. I mean, you know, there weren't a lot of people in the 1920s and 30s saying, you know, you realize we're building a giant global brain, right? He was, and turns out he was right. You know, I basically want to argue today that if you look at some of the broad brushstrokes of the picture he painted, they are scientifically defensible, and more so than they're given credit for. Now, in some cases, I mean, you can really argue compellingly for them on scientific grounds. In other cases, I just mean they're scientifically respectable. They're hypotheses you can examine and argue about and invoke empirical evidence and so on. Why don't we get started? There's four broad brushstrokes, four big Teilhard claims I want to look at. The biological evolution has a direction. Of course, we're talking about a growth in complexity, an ascent to higher and higher levels of organization. There's been a certain amount of discussion of that at the conference. Now, biological evolution is just one part of a larger evolutionary thrust, which naturally sustains that direction toward higher levels of complexity and levels of organization, okay? And of course, Teilhard certainly meant to include prebiotic evolution, the whole history of the universe, but he also meant to talk about what is sometimes called cultural evolution, that process that our species launched, which, and here culture is meant very broadly. Technology, science, religion, basically all non-genetically transmitted information is part of culture. And of course, cultural evolution leads to the noosphere. And maybe one thing that could come out of this conference is somebody straightening me out on the proper way to pronounce that word. I'm aware of at least three options. I'm going with noosphere. And of course, the process is also intertwined with the construction of the noosphere. So then this directionality has a moral and spiritual dimension. Teilhard would be more inclined to use the word spiritual than moral, but I think the two are closely related, I'll argue, and what I would call moral development is very closely related to what he would call spiritual. And then evolution has a larger purpose. Now, this is the most controversial among evolutionary biologists. I mean, I have, there's a conversation of me and Steven Pinker on YouTube. We're kind of arguing about this. And, the way the conversation started was I saw him react to something that I had written. He reacted on Twitter to something I had written, and I just thought that indicated that he really hadn't, had not been willing to seriously entertain the hypothesis and hadn't understood what I was saying. But you get a lot of that from evolutionary biologists. And I want to emphasize that doesn't have to involve any kind of so-called spooky forces in evolution. You can be a straight Darwinian and still believe that the process of evolution has a larger purpose. Okay, let's start with biological evolution has a direction. Okay, so, again, we're talking about a growth in complexity. And it's pretty clear there has been that in biological evolution, right? Over time, get more and more complex organisms. That's not to say that every lineage grows inexorably in complexity. A lineage, you can see a decline in complexity. But still, if you look at kind of what I would call the outer envelope of complexity, in other words, if at any point in time you say, well, what are the most complex creatures we've got, right? And then you fast forward 100 million years, as a rule, it grows, right? You get the outer envelope of complexity grows. And even when there's a setback, a mass extinction, the kind of engine behind this is so strong that you see recovery. And very importantly, one kind of complexity you see is behavioral complexity, growth in behavioral flexibility. That's important because it's linked to intelligence. And ultimately, if you're going to get the noosphere launched, you need at least one species that's intelligent enough to launch it, right? So the question of how likely the evolution of an intelligent species is an important one as we appraise the idea that there's a kind of directionality here, okay? Which isn't to say that it was certain that you would get an intelligent species, but was it kind of probabilistic? Was it likely enough so that you can say it was kind of in the cards given enough time, right? I mean, that's what I would say is, we're talking about a probabilistic directionality here. And on that question, biologists disagree. John Maynard Smith would say, no, it was not likely. And he says it in this book. He's no longer with us, but he was one of the great evolutionary biologists of the 20th century. He looks at some of the thresholds that life has to cross before you get to something like a human species with the intelligence of a human species. And he thinks they're pretty daunting. So that's his view. But there are, evolutionary biologists of equal prominence who disagree. William Hamilton, also no longer with us, but, author of the theory of kin selection, roughly a John Maynard Smith's level of stature in biology, believed that the evolution of intelligent life was extremely likely. But the main point I want to make is that you can argue, as Hamilton's view suggests, you can argue the case from a straight, Darwinian view of evolution. Now, I'm not saying Teilhard had one of those. Teilhard certainly understood natural selection, thought it played an important role in evolution. And the question of to what extent he thought supplementary forces were involved is one I'm not equipped to address. He had his eminent Darwinian defenders, Julian Huxley, the geneticist Dobzhansky. But But in any event, my point is that one needn't depart from a scientific framework to argue that the evolution of growing complexity, the ascent to higher levels of organization, and ultimately the evolution of intelligent life was extremely likely. You can argue it either way, but it's not crazy. Okay, so second claim. Biological evolution is but one part of a larger evolutionary thrust which naturally sustains that direction. Well, certainly, if we're talking about cultural evolution, which again is involved with the eventual blossoming in the noosphere, it has, in fact, sustained the biological evolution's direction. You get more and more complex social structures, get to higher and higher levels of organization. 12, 15,000 years ago, the most complex social structure on the planet was a hunter-gatherer village. Agriculture gets invented, and you get these multi-village polities called chiefdoms. Writing gets invented, and you get urban civilization, city-states, states, and so on. And eventually, you get globalization. You get to where we are today, on the verge of forming a global community. We haven't succeeded yet, but it's obviously conceivable that we could, and that represents an ascent, very reminiscent of the one we saw in biological evolution. So, in fact, there has been a continuation of that impetus. Now, the question, and I think it's an important one, of how likely that was, and I say it's important for purposes of assessing some philosophical commitments of Teilhard's, some of which I share. But how likely was it? I have argued at book length that it was very likely. That's the book. And I want to quickly say kind of what my argument is. This is one of the things I'm going to go over so fast that you'll have to trust me. I'm right. If you can express doubt face to face later, but I ask for your trust. So the argument basically is that it's in the nature of technological evolution that first of all, non-zero-sum games, right? A game that can be win-win or lose-lose. So if you play your cards right, you can both benefit. It's not a zero-sum game is one where there has to be a winner and a loser, right? So tennis singles is a zero-sum game. Everything's, good for one person, bad for the other. But if you're playing doubles on your side of the net, it's completely non-zero sum. Everything's either good for both of you, bad for the other. I argued that new technologies come along that either facilitate or otherwise encourage the playing of non-zero sum games involving more and more people over greater and greater distances. And that's what drives the process. Now, zero-sum dynamics are important too because they sometimes incentivize the playing of non-zero-sum games. So conflict between groups encourages the development of non-zero-sum dynamics within groups. Of course, we've gotten to a point of in history where it would be nice to dispense with the conflict between groups, and it's no longer serving any useful purpose it may have served. But anyway, that's the argument. Some of the obviously important technologies are information, communication technologies, transportation technologies. But I spend a lot of time arguing that it really was pretty much an unstoppable process. It was inevitable that we would get to where we are, given long enough. The question whether we'll cross the threshold to a global community is, I think, more iffy. I spent a few chapters in the book applying the non-zero-sum, zero-sum framework to biological evolution, explaining why the growth of complexity is so likely in biological evolution using the terminology of game theory. So you can, in principle, have a single analytical framework that encompasses both of those evolutions, I think. Conceivably, you could apply it to prebiotic evolution. I've seen some things that made me think that, but I haven't really thought it through. let's see. I just want to say one more thing is that I focus a lot in the book on the ongoing development of what I call the social brain. And it goes way back. Inevitably, when the non-zero sum kind of webs expand, you're seeing the intellectual exchange over longer and longer distances that constitute a kind of social brain. That's the budding of the noosphere, you could say, and it's just inextricably intertwined with this growth and complexity. Because the more robust the noosphere, this infrastructure for communication, the faster technology evolves, and some of the technologies in turn facilitate the intellectual synergy, the communication. So I guess we're ready to move on to another. So evolution's directionality has a moral and spiritual dimension. Okay. Now here we get to Teilhard's emphasis on consciousness, on sentience, on the fact that it is, as Thomas Nagel put the definition of consciousness, on the fact that it is like something to be us. Now in that Medawar review, Medawar quotes Teilhard's assertion that evolution is, quote, an ascent toward consciousness. And he seems to be mocking him. It's hard to say because, mockery so pervades that review. It's just kind of the default assumption about a sentence in that review. But he seems kind of skeptical, but I think it's a completely defensible claim. I mean, I think, again, the growth of, I think certainly most scientists would agree with the conjecture that the growth of certain kinds of biological complexity of information processing, especially as manifest in a brain, probably, it involves richer and richer forms of consciousness. I think, and I think Teilhard, this is an important contribution. I don't think a lot of people were talking about that before Teilhard. And one reason it's important, and here we start coming to the question of a moral and spiritual dimension, is, consciousness is, in my view, the thing that gives life meaning, right? It's the fact that we can apprehend beauty and feel love and so on that gives life meaning. The fact that we can feel anything, that it's like anything to be alive. If you imagine a planet full of organisms that look just like us, behave just like us, they say things, sound waves come out, they enter the ears of other people and cause those people to respond appropriately, but there's no subjective experience. It's not like anything to be anybody, okay? There's no awareness, no consciousness, no pleasure, no pain. If I told you I was going to go destroy one of those organisms, you probably wouldn't be morally outraged in the way you would if I told you I was going to kill a person, right? It's just not clear that there would be any moral stakes at all if it weren't for sentience, which, as we were usefully reminded by Robert Lawrence Kuhn, is a complete mystery. The whole thing about consciousness, there's just no consensus on what it is. So you can see evolution as a machine for generating meaning, okay, and a machine for generating moral meaning, and that's why these questions of directionality are important. That's one reason. I mean, if you believe that this was all likely, that you get more and more complex information processing, ultimately at a kind of a human level, then you can say that about evolution. It just looked like a machine for generating meaning and moral meaning. Now, as for the question of the correspondence to what we might call, something spiritual, well, first of all, Teilhard equated consciousness with what he called spiritual energy. So he would say that by definition, the growth of consciousness is a movement towards something spiritually important. But I don't think that's, I think there's a lot more that you can say on that subject. Now, I want to talk about. So Jaron Lanier mentioned what he called the circle of empathy and kind of mentioned Peter Singer's name. I'm not sure if Jaron was talking about this, the argument that Peter makes in his book, but I don't think he uses the term circle of empathy so much in this book. It's more like a circle of moral consideration. And his argument is that it has grown through history. So as he puts it, there was a time when members of one Greek city-state considered members of another Greek city-state just subhuman, worthy of murder and enslavement or whatever. But then they decided, finally the moment came when they decided, okay, all Greeks are people. They deserve decent treatment. It's just the Persians and other people like that. And he tells this, he quotes this thing from Plutarch's biography of Alexander the Great, okay? Alexander the Great's tutor was Aristotle, okay? And I mean, by the way, you talk about your white male privilege, right? Like, you get Aristotle as your tutor? Like, yeah, you could get into a good college probably that way. But Aristotle was at that point at the acme of enlightenment in theory, but according to Plutarch, he advised Alexander to treat Greeks as kindred, but to treat non-Greeks, quote, as though they were plants or animals. And Peter's point is, we don't talk this way anymore. Now, that's not to say we don't treat people that badly ever, but at least you don't have the world's great philosophers talking like that anymore. We at least pay lip service to the idea that people everywhere are worthy of moral consideration, decent treatment, regardless of race, creed, or color. And I think he's right that that's an advance, that there's been this expansion of the circle of moral consideration. Now, what drove it? Well, there's one argument in his book that I think has some merit and is probably part of the process. I made an argument in my book Non-Zero that is not incompatible with it. You could view it as supplementary, but it gets back to this this idea of non-zero-sum dynamics. And the basic idea is that when you perceive the fact that you're in a non-zero-sum relationship with someone, you're kind of more tolerant. You're less critically judgmental. If you think you can work together toward a common goal. I mean, I'm not a business person. I don't know how things really work when they get together, but here's my conjecture is like two people meet on an overseas flight or something. They're from different countries, different religions, and they both have companies and they realize they can do business together to their mutual benefit. Well, I just think that's not a moment where one of them says, oh, and by the way, I think your religion is very primitive. But the key point is, I think they're less likely to even think it. Okay, I think you naturally judge people more charitably when you believe that you can work together toward a common goal, or you're in the same boat. Maybe you're fending off some threat. Maybe you're in a labor union, and there's a black person and a white person on strike together, marching in the picket line. They're probably not likely to feel deep racial animosity, right? They're working together toward a common goal, and I think. This is a kind of intuitive thing, and I think it reflects the fact. I think it's a fact. In which case, it reflects this that natural selection kind of designed, built into us the emotional infrastructure for successfully navigating a landscape of zero-sum and non-zero-sum dynamics. That's not all good news, but there is some good news. I think, including that. I used to, when my book first came out, I used to kind of joke by way of illustrating this. One reason I don't want to bomb the Japanese is they built my minivan. And what I meant was not just like, there goes the factory, but like, I like the minivan. Thank you. I felt like that. And if you want to see how readily the perception of zero-sum relations can lead to a very different attitude toward people. Just look at some of the things that were said about Japanese people in America during World War II. It's unbelievable. Things that were on the cover of major magazines. You wouldn't believe it. And so whether you perceive yourself to be in a zero-sum situation or non-zero-sum situation with another person, another group, can shape your degree of sympathy for them, your degree of tolerance for their traditions, and so on, I believe. You know, in other words, it's kind of equipment we have for recognizing almost unconsciously when concord is in our self-interest, right? When harmony with other people and groups is in our self-interest, and helping that happen, which is good because right now, as you know, the world could use more concord. A lot of problems that can only be solved collectively. Climate change, obviously, I would say a growing number of problems. Biotech, you know, it's more and more plausible that someone in some obscure lab could be building a bioweapon or just doing ill-advised research that comes back to haunt us. We need, you know, and that's a problem that where the consequences cross international bounds. So it's something that needs to be addressed via international governance. By the way, Kevin, when you put up the world governance slide, I was going to stand up and say, no, Kevin, that freaks people out. Call it world governance. I mean, the other thing, I mean, one reason I use the term international governance is that some of the solutions are going to be regional, right? It isn't always global, but I am a big fan of global governance. You know, the governance of outer space. There's more and more junk floating around in outer space that could trigger an actual chain reaction. It's called the Kessler effect that destroys just satellite after satellite, wipes out our whole communications, outer space communications infrastructure. There's a growing militarization of outer space. These are things that can only be handled at the international level. Artificial intelligence, I think, requires a concerted international kind of guidance of, you know, a number of people in the business. You know, you don't often see a bunch of people from a business appeal for regulation at the international level. I don't recall ever seeing it, but a number of people in this field have, and I think it's with good reason. It's urgently in our interests to get together on this. So we need enough global concord to address these issues, which is another way of saying we need a cohesive noosphere, right? Not like a fragmented, we don't need like two noospheres, we need one. And yet, obviously, you know, we're not exactly in a state of global concord. If anything, I would say things are looking worse. There's a kind of unfortunate irony. On the one hand, we have the technological infrastructure for international collaboration, not just communication, but collaborative tools, you know, tools for conferencing with people halfway around the world, solving problems with them. But the same kind of technology is deepening fissures among groups, among tribes, as it's sometimes put. Ideological groups, national groups, and so on. You know, I'm thinking in particular of social media. AI, if it's not handled well, could deepen that problem, I think. So that's a kind of irony that we have the infrastructure for the global brain, but we're getting there. Now, that's the way things were in Teilhard's day, and there had been a lot of conflict. He was very aware of the problem. And this is what he had to say about it. So humanity is building its composite brain beneath our eyes. May it not be that tomorrow, through the logical and biological deepening of the movement drawing it together, it will find its heart, without which the ultimate wholeness of its powers of unification can never be fully achieved. And, you know, he was optimistic. Now, he had grounds for optimism that aren't going to be shared by everyone. They had to do with his metaphysical beliefs, his theological commitments. If you ask me to sound optimistic about, I'm not an optimistic person by nature, but if you ask me to sound optimistic, I'd say, well, you know, if you look at what is sometimes called the psychology of tribalism, I think that's a misleading term, and to some people it's an offensive term, but anyway, it's apparently what we've got. I think the drivers of that psychology are largely a collection of cognitive biases, some of which get a lot of attention, confirmation bias, some of which get less. But one thing about these is that knowing about them isn't enough. We've all heard about confirmation bias, but we all still suffer from it to some extent. And there's an even subtler bias called attribution error. And just quickly, what happens there is when your enemies or rivals do bad things, you attribute that to their essential character. They're just bad people. When they do good things, you explain it away as a kind of expedient response to transient circumstances. They're not good people. Whereas with you and your allies, it's the opposite. You do bad things, you know, it's because you had a stressful day. Your child does bad things, they didn't get their nap. Your child's rival does bad things, it's a bad kid. This is the way attribution error works. It's really hard. It's so subtle. And if you pay attention, once you're aware of it, it drives so much international conflict and sustains so much international conflict. It's reflected in the way we cover the behavior of our enemies. You see it in the media. It's very pernicious. And, you know, the only time I would say I have felt at a place where overcoming it wasn't a big challenge is like day 5 of a meditation retreat. Okay, that's how stubborn it is. And that's how hard it is in the course of, you know, your everyday life to overcome these things. And that's why I personally think that if we're going to solve the problem we face, you know, we're at this climactic point where you know, we have all these non-zero-sum games we need to play internationally. Some of them are arguably existential. We're not getting around to playing them very effectively because of this kind of conflict between tribes. And I think we're going to address that. It's going to require something you could call spiritual progress. I just think this psychology of tribalism is so deeply entrenched in us that the only way to overcome it is to really make a kind of progress that I would qualify as spiritual. Now, I was very happy to hear in conversation with Ilia Delio, whose talk on Teilhard was, I thought, one of the highlights of this conference yesterday, it was yesterday. She said Teilhard very much considered, you know, addressing, engaging with, and overcoming tribal conflict to be a spiritual thing. And in fact, just constructive engagement with the world he considered to be a spiritual thing. This is why I would say that I think the process of evolution, biological and cultural, has a spiritual direction. You know, various reasons that I've tried to lay out. Okay, quickly. Purpose, evolution. Okay, you know, as I said, a lot of resistance to this. It's like you start talking to an evolutionary biologist about it, you need to give them a trigger warning. And the warning, what I would say is, by way of giving them the trigger warning, is just say, first of all, when I say biological evolution could have a purpose, I'm not saying it's driven by anything other than natural selection, okay? Could be, but even if it's not, the argument doesn't depend on that. And I'm far from sure it has a purpose. I think there's some evidence of it, as I will try to get to. And the second thing I say to try to calm them down is, if it has a purpose, it doesn't mean that a God gave it the purpose. A God could have, but, you know, it could be an alien who came down and planted the seeds of life 3 billion years ago, and the seeds of life were designed to, or could be living in a simulation, and there's some hacker. It could also be that the purpose was imbued by a process, which I'll get to. Okay, so this is, you've all heard Richard Dawkins. The subtitle, this book came out about 30 years ago. The subtitle, I think, is just wrong. I mean, why the evidence of evolution reveals the universe without design? The evidence from evolution doesn't say anything in particular about whether the universe at any level has design or has a purpose. And in fact, ironically, in the course of the book, he actually kind of lays the foundation for a kind of argument that biological evolution itself does have a purpose, okay? So let me quickly tell you what his argument is. So The Blind Watchmaker is a reference to this, more than 200-year-old theological treatise by Thomas Paley, or William Paley, I'm sorry, and was Thomas Paley president of CBS or something? Maybe not. But and his argument, Paley's argument is, look, you're walking through a field. You see a rock, you see a pocket watch. Okay? They're obviously different. The rock, it's just there. It just, who knows? But the pocket watch obviously is a product of design. You look at it, it's got this intricately interconnected stuff. Even if you don't know its purpose, it must have a purpose, right? It's clearly a product of design. And of course, Dawkins wanted to, and then Paley wanted to say, and so God designed created animals. Dawkins wanted to say, no, we have another explanation, natural selection. He's right, we do. But I want to show you how Dawkins puts this. So he's saying this about Paley, and he says he had a proper reverence for the complexity of the living world, and he saw that it demands a very special kind of explanation. The only thing he got wrong, admittedly quite a big thing, is the explanation itself. Dawkins is a great writer. I mean, he and Medawar should have like a put-down face-off or something. But I want to emphasize this part. He saw that it demands a very special kind of explanation. So Dawkins is saying, yeah, there are two kinds of physical systems. Some require a special kind of explanation. They seem to have the hallmarks in some sense of design, maybe imbued with purpose. And he's also saying it's possible to inspect these systems and render a judgment as to whether they are a product of design, whether they have a purpose, okay? So I would like to apply that to the global superorganism, right? It's a physical system. So in principle, we can if Dawkins is right, you can look at any physical system and ask yourself, does it have the hallmarks of design and purpose? I want to stop here and say that, you know, there are a number of Darwinians who are very comfortable applying that language to natural selection itself, okay? So Dan Dennett, for example, is fine with saying natural selection designs organisms and imbues them with a purpose. Now, the purpose is just getting genes into the next generation, not the highest calling, but it's a purpose, and he's comfortable with that language. Some people would put design in quotes, but the point is they're comfortable saying that, you know, that organisms have a purpose. Now, let's see, I think, okay, so let's look at this. So this is, you know, if you were going to ask yourself, well, Dawkins says, yeah, you can look at a squirrel and have a pretty good idea that it has some purpose, product of design. Well, I would say, well, okay, well then let's look at the global superorganism. And I would say for starters, well, it kind of looks like an animal. It has a lot of features of an organism. That's why we call it a global superorganism. But I would also put emphasis, and look, I haven't done some deep philosophical investigation. I'm just saying one could look at what are the exact arguments that animals have the hallmarks of purpose and design. One could apply that to this. And I would also put even more emphasis on, you know, the ontogeny, the development of a squirrel from egg to squirrel. That's what's analogous to kind of biocultural evolution. And now you see why I said, you know, it is not, if you object to the argument that there may be purpose by saying, wait a second, we didn't need a special explanation for evolution. We know that it happened via natural selection. The reason that's not an adequate explanation, adequate objection, is because, you know, you obviously couldn't say to Dawkins, well, look, squirrels don't need some special explanation like natural selection. We know how ontogeny works. It's just a physical process, you know, that you get from egg to adult. Well, yeah, you do. It's a physical process. But the point is, it's such an amazing physical process. It seems so kind of bent on leading to a squirrel, which is an amazing thing, as to give you reason to suspect at least that the squirrel DNA is an algorithm that itself is the product of design. And you know, Dan Dennett would say, yeah, it is the product of design of natural selection, okay? So I'm just saying it's possible. There's nothing crazy about this. It doesn't involve any spooky forces. You know, I think it deserves, the possibility deserves more respect than it gets. I think you can, I've thought about this enough to think I could say more by way of invoking evidence. Yes, this is, there is a real possibility that this is a system involving, that has a larger purpose, okay? Now, I want to say, I said, you know, it could be, purpose can be imbued by a process. That's the way it is with animals. It's the process of natural selection. In the case of natural selection, you might ask, well, what could the process be? The answer is a certain variant of something called cosmological natural selection. Yeah, there was a session on this morning. I was too busy freaking out about my talk to attend, but so I'll tell you quickly. The idea is universes may replicate themselves. It's conjectural. But suppose, for example, that black holes are the way they replicate themselves, then there would be natural selection among universes over time, and you would eventually get universes with a lot of black holes. Well, suppose that one thing that facilitates a replication of a universe is intelligent life. Then you would get selection for universes that are conducive to the evolution of intelligent life. So that's just an example of how it could be, you know, it needn't, not only needn't it be a god, it needn't be any kind of intelligent creature setting this in motion. And by the way, I hope people understand what I'm saying has nothing to do with what's called intelligent design, different thing. It could be a process. Now, that said, I would say that, you know, if I were a theologian, you know, thinking about theology in an age of science, I would emphasize the fact that this is no ordinary process we're talking about. It seems to be a process that is moving toward a kind of spiritual and moral climax that is calling. Well, I'm loading the language, I guess. Now I'm turning into a theologian. When I start talking about being calling toward things, okay, it's pushing us, you know, toward, I would say, moral enlightenment and a more spiritual worldview. Anyway, I just think the story that Teilhard is telling is an amazing story. Some of it is, you know, I think can be, you can argue compellingly for in a thoroughly scientific way. I think some of it is, you know, arguable, but and I'm referring here to these specific brushstrokes that I kind of, these four big claims. There are things that Teilhard says that I don't buy, but these are the main contours in a certain sense of the story, and I think some of the things are certainly arguable, even conjectural, like purpose in evolution, but firmly within, should be within the bounds of scientific discourse if properly understood. You know, I think the upshot is that it is in our interest and humanity's interest to cultivate the evolution of a globally coherent noosphere. And, you know, for that to happen, I think you need people to get excited about the prospect. And there are different parts of the story that can excite different people. You know, some people don't care whether there's a larger purpose. Some people, you know, but the story can still be compelling. You know, without that, some people want the purpose to be a god, and don't want to hear about any other kind of, or at least the imbuer of purpose to be a god. But some people like this idea of cosmological natural selection. They think that's cool. You mean I, through my efforts right now, can make it more likely that this universe will replicate, you know, by by helping the world congeal into kind of a harmonious noosphere and ensuring our own survival and the continued flourishing of the species, yeah, sign me up. Different people like different things, and there are different elements of this story that can inspire people. So I want to say again, I think AI, I said that I think it's helping to kind of push us. It's another reason we need to get together on international governance. I just want to say quickly, it may provide some very valuable tools as well. It may help us cultivate kind of cognitive empathy and ability to understand other perspectives across tribal lines and so on. It would be great if it could like adjudicate border disputes. We don't seem very good at it, right? We don't seem to be good at creating adjudicatory panels that are truly objective. I think there's hope there. I hope if I got the slide set up, I want to close with a final slide. I was heartened in Ilia Delio's presentation to hear her use the word synergy and say that Teilhard resonated to the idea of synergy because that is another name for a non-zero sum dynamic. If there's potential synergy between two things, there's a non-zero sum relationship. And in fact, she used the phrase win-win. So clearly this isn't news to her, but I was very glad to hear that. And so I want to close with this slide that's actually from Philo of Alexandria, this quote from Philo of Alexandria. He lived at the time of Jesus. He was Jewish. He developed a Jewish theology that was based on the idea of the Logos. And, in the book of John, the first line, in the beginning was the Word. The word word is a translation of the Greek word logos, which means a lot more than the word word means to us. It was a philosophical concept. It kind of connoted a kind of like a logic running through history, even shaping history, driving history, kind of reasoning process. And I kind of think that in a way, the interplay of zero sum and non-zero sum dynamics, could be could be seen as playing some of that role, at least once you get life, a kind of a driver of the direction of things. And so, and one form of non-zero sumness is when two people each have things that the other needs. That's why economic exchange is non-zero sum. You'd rather have the product than the money. The merchant would rather the money than the product. Non-zero sum. You both have your needs. You meet them. So Philo, I just want to show you this. This is in the context of him describing the dynamics of the Logos. This is 2,000 years ago. I'll just let you read it. Everybody done? Okay, so I would just say, from his lips to God's ears, as they say, and thank you very much. I don't know if anyone has questions or just took my word for it that I'm right about everything. I know, and that's why we're letting the drama build. This is all planned. Sheila leaves nothing to chance. This is all part of the plan. If you want, you can ask me and I'll repeat the question. What? Or you can come up and how's your mic?
Oh,
Okay. So I'm Francis Heiligen from the Human Energy and the Free University of Brussels. I think you probably missed my plenary this morning where I was speaking specifically about the synergy and the win-win as a basic mechanism of evolution that creates synergy, that creates complexity, that creates consciousness. So in that sense, there is a moral dimension to evolution. The more synergy you create through self-organization, in a sense, the more moral the universe becomes because there is less conflict, there is less suppression, etc. But I'm happy for your talk because you reminded me of the one thing of Thea that I disagree with. So I agree with the first 3 points, but the last point about evolution having a purpose, I really think we don't need that. Not only don't we have any evidence for that, it's an assumption that does not lead anywhere unless we would know what is that purpose, and then everything becomes determined. We can just assume that there is directionality in evolution, and directionality means that there are certain preferential developments towards more complexity, towards more intelligence, towards more consciousness, but you don't know how they are going to do. There can be many different ways of increasing intelligence. There can be many different ways of producing complexity. Maybe our civilization will disappear and be replaced by a different civilization. I don't think you need to assume that there is an end point to which we are moving. I believe that evolution continues forever and is continuously creating new things, and we cannot predict what will come out. We can just say there is the directionality towards increasing complexity, towards increasing morality, if you wish. But I don't see the point of having
Purpose,
an end
okay.
point.
Yeah, you're right. I did miss your talk. As I said, I was freaking out about mine. And also, I gather they're going to be on video. I'm planning to do some catching up. And yes, synergy and non-zero sumness, as I said, very much the same idea. On the question of purpose, you are one of the several categories of people, the ones who don't care about purpose. and there are a lot of people who do. I would contend that, and there are people who get inspired by it. Like, we want to inspire different kinds of people, right? I mean, we want to get different kinds of people engaged in the project of cultivating a harmonious world and the flourishing of the noosphere and the species. Some people care about it. But I'm not saying it just because of that. I actually believe you can make an argument that there is at least some evidence. And this is a longer argument we'd have to have. I can't settle it up here. There's more I would say. The thing I'll say for now is, if evolution is this directional process that starts with a very small amount of information and leads to this giant and leads to a much larger kind of coherently functioning superorganism over time, and it's not, in some sense, a product of design, then it's the only thing we've ever seen like that that isn't. Because everything on this planet that fits that description is. Everything on this planet that fits that description was designed by natural selection and is imbued with a purpose. Again, it's like, I don't think you can argue convincingly, persuasively, but I gotta say, it's pretty amazing. I also gotta say, like, if indeed the first strand of self-replicating information on this planet was the seed for a global superorganism, this is the most efficient algorithm in the history of algorithms, okay? Like, I think every computer scientist should take their hat off to that.
I just want to add one more concept that may replace the concept of purpose. That's the concept from complexity science of an attractor. They may be different attractors, meaning situations that were very likely to evolve towards, but an attractor is not the same as a purpose, but it can play that role in the sense that we have an attractor of a global superorganism, and we're quite likely to end up in that attractor, but something may go wrong and we end up
The word was attractor that you're using?
Attractor, yeah.
Yeah, so you can see, so are you saying, for example, I mean, actually Steven Pinker made an argument for moral realism that it's complicated, but his point was that the systems move toward the successful playing of non-zero-sum games, and that involves a certain kind of moral development. So you could see that as kind of an attractor, right? Now you're talking about that kind of thing, and you're saying that doesn't necessarily signify purpose?
No, it's a question of interpretation. I written a long paper about attractors and purpose. You can interpret attractors as purpose in some case, but intrinsically they are not the same as purpose, but you can interpret them like that. So that's what I want to
They're not the same. That's certainly, that's true.
I want to offer this as a kind of a compromise solution that might make both sides happy, the ones that want to have purpose and the one that don't want to
Oh,
have
I see.
purpose.
Well, yeah, you know, that's a good example. You're right. I mean, some people, and in fact, the argument C. Pink was making was, you know, the question of moral realism is the question is moral truth out there somewhere? Is there such thing as moral truth? And he was saying, he wasn't being a kind of a conventional realist, but he was saying, well, in some sense, it's like an attractive, there's like an attractor out there that draws us toward this. Now, for some people, that's better than being a nihilist, right? And so that's a perfect example of how many different kinds of things can appeal to people and inspire them. I agree.
I think there is one confusion here about the word evolution when describing the universe, and when we use the word purpose for that. I wonder if a word like development is a more accurate description of what's happening in the universe now. So seeing the unfolding of the universe as those tendencies that evolution has created for our universe through some of the processes you were explaining, that's being realized in our universe. So I wonder if using the word evolution as what we're seeing in the universe now, that's where the confusion is when we use the word purpose. So the tendencies were created without a purpose, but now the realization of it is through this developmental process. So I was wondering if you have any thoughts.
Again, I mean, first of all, evolution creates purpose. We have goals, we seek them. And there's certainly that. Now, I mean, are you suggesting that the word development is in some ways better than evolution? Or
well, when our body develops,
right.
We're not evolving right now. It's development, right? So, but it's realizing some of the purposes that but could have been here without any purpose. So I wonder if the purpose is realized through the development, not the evolutionary process itself.
Well, yeah. I mean, if it's a system with a purpose, I mean, arguing that a system has a purpose is the first step. That doesn't mean you know what the purpose is. The purpose, in a certain sense, could lie ahead. Now, as we heard, you know, in Teilhard's theology, you know, the God is as much in the Omega as in the Alpha, and so the realization of something worthy of the name God could be part of the purpose. You know, maybe a global collective consciousness that is more worthy of the term than, say, the individual constituents like us are. Yeah, you're right. You're right. The question of whether a system is purposive is different from the question of what the purpose is.
Yeah, because I think that's where actually
you're right.
I think that's where Francis's confusion lies. I personally think it's that part about seeing that the purpose in. Yeah,
you're right. The development of an organism is not the purpose. Yeah. The purpose is to get genes into the next generation, and even the mature organism is just kind of a step toward the ultimate purpose, but is closer to it than the development.
Thank you.
We have time for one more very brief question.
My name is Julian Goff. I'm writing a book about the implications of cosmological natural selection, which I don't think have been fully seen. So I was thrilled when you mentioned it, because I think it's actually the missing thing in a lot of the talks over this conference, and it's the thing that makes sense of Teilhard and actually nails him to a scientific framework really firmly. I think he would have embraced the idea that the universe itself was the result of an evolutionary process at the levels of universes had he lived after the Big Bang rather than in a time when they assumed the universe was eternal and finite. I'm delighted you put it in there, but there's tremendous resistance to the idea, and it's never, I think, been properly engaged with at the level it deserved when Smolin came up with the idea.
Mhm.
I'm just wondering, why do you think it has never gained traction and been taken as seriously as I think it deserves? Is it sociological or is it scientific?
Well, I mean, it's inherently pretty speculative. And in that way, I admit it's like the idea that evolution is a manifestation of purpose. You know, one reason we're confident that squirrels have a purpose and animals have a purpose is there's a bunch of them to observe. We only have one evolutionary process to observe. No, I think it's better with the music, actually. I think
it's uplifting. We know, we feel we're going somewhere.
Kind of actually adds to my credibility.
But I think you can actually make predictions based on it. We have an N of 1 in this universe, but you can, like, I've made predictions that the James Webb is showing have actually happened.
Yeah.
It's with an N of 1, you should be able to see the evolutionary history of universes in the N of 1 that you can observe, and I think we can see that.
It's a totally cool idea, but it is pretty speculative. It's not that easy to amass evidence that our universe is a consequence of natural selection among universes. And by the way, even Lee Smolin, who coined the term cosmological natural selection, is a conversation of me and him online on YouTube, and he doesn't. He's a little skittish about the part where intelligent life may be the prerequisite for replication of universes. He stops at black holes. He did mention a name in that conversation of someone who had looked into it.
Louis Crane.
What?
I think Louis Crane has written 2 papers on that.
Yes, so I tracked him down, and there's a conversation with me and him online.
Excellent. And Louis Clement Vidal has done some work in this area as well. It's very important.
Oh, good. Okay.
Wonderful. Thank you so much. Thank you, Robert. That was fantastic. Okay, it is 2:05. The upstairs sessions begin in 10 minutes. I have to race up there. There is no session in the auditorium. The downstairs session is our poster exhibit, and the authors of our posters will be in the Hall of History to talk to you about their work. Our closing session, 3:45, in this room with Brian Swim. Woohoo. Or something like that?
Testing, testing. Hello. Testing, testing.
Okay, everyone, good afternoon. If you would please find your way to a seat for our final plenary address from Brian Swim. We're going to start in about 30 seconds. Okay, I'm going to try something that I've seen work. Okay, let's begin. It is my honor and pleasure to introduce my eminent colleague and friend, Dr. Brian Thomas Swim. My one regret is that we met some months ago and talked about doing a thing together here, and then at some point I said, I can't possibly. I wish I had found a way. Dr. Brian Thomas Swim is a professor of evolutionary cosmology at the San Francisco, California Institute of Integral Studies, where he teaches and mentors graduate students in philosophy, cosmology, and the consciousness program. He received his PhD in mathematics at the University of Oregon for work on singularity theory. Brian's published work portrays the 14 billion year trajectory of cosmogenesis as, quote, a spellbinding drama full of suspense, valor, tragedy, and celebration, end quote. And apparently I didn't put in a footnote for that, so I don't know who said it, but they said it well. His books include The Universe is a Green Dragon, The Universe Story, written with Thomas Berry, The Hidden Heart of the Cosmos, and The Journey of the Universe, written with Mary Evelyn Tucker. His newest book, Cosmogenesis, tells the story both of our cosmic origins and of his own life and transformational experience of that reality. It is a grand narrative of consciousness. Brian is the producer of 3 DVD series: Canticle to the Cosmos, 1990, The Earth's Imagination, 1998, and The Powers of the Universe, 2004. He is also the co-creator and host of Emmy Award-winning PBS documentary Journey of the Universe, and co-creator and host, and co-author of the companion book of the same title. He works with the Human Energy Project to produce the popular YouTube series, The Story of the Noosphere. And I would be remiss if I didn't mention the new special issue of the New Ecozoic Reader, which is dedicated to reflections on Brian's work and influence. I invite Brian to begin his talk and perhaps to say a word more about his work with human energy.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you so much. I've drafted Professor Wolfgang Leithold from the University of Cologne to come in at the end of my talk and announce that what I said was true, and then he would leave. No, we've been in dialogue. Human energy. I'm one of the directors. I love what the title is the greatest in the world. Director of the third story of the universe. It's just short of being in charge of the universe. So but we have been at Human Energy. What's so great, and I think a lot of people here have really appreciated this, is that we come from such a wide range backgrounds and everything, but through Ben's insistence on focusing on the noosphere, we all have that. We have that commonality. So it's not some vague discussion. It's like all of us are trying our best to figure out what this is and how it relates to our lives and what difference it will make. And it's really been a rush to be part of it. At least that's been my experience. And it would be so great if we just gave a little bit of a sense of appreciation to Sheila, Ben, and Terry. Terry, put us on. I mean, endless work. I'm somewhat of an insomniac, and I would write these little detailed comments to Sheila, and they'd come right back. She was always right there on the ready. That's a lot of work to have put this on. So, but one way to talk about this is Terry's way of describing human energy. It's a whole spectrum of orientations, moving from the scientific all the way over to the more speculative or visionary. And our presentation here is definitely, even though it's based in science for the most part, it's speculation, and it's speculation about what Bob Wright said I'm about, cosmic spirituality. So here's some reflections on cosmic spirituality, and in particular, we're wondering about what form will human experience take as we move into this next era. That's the question in our minds. What form? And that probably isn't necessary to say this, but for God's sakes, no, we're not claiming we know for sure. These are just speculations, maybe to ignite some of your own thoughts about this. Our work at Human Energy involves, part of it is dissemination of our own best efforts at understanding the noosphere and the universe and life and all of that. And but the larger purpose here relates to the way in which humans go through two births. So we're born like other primates, but then as soon as that process is over, right away, we're introduced into the process of being born into a culture. And picking up on Terry's identification of the noosphere with symbolic language, symbolic consciousness. So we're born into the mammalian world, and then immediately we're into a new process of being born into the noosphere. So at Human Energy, we're attempting to be part of the transformation of culture. So that culture, whatever culture we're in, brings forth a human being of a certain kind. There's a distinctness to the humans coming from different cultures. And so in a big sense, we think of ourselves as being part of a process that is giving birth to new kinds of humans. That's the basic idea. And so many things could be said about this. The focus we're taking here is about the way in which we connect with reality. Over the history of humanity, there have been a number of different ways of taking hold of reality. And so what are they? But more importantly, what is the form that we imagine is coming about now? So I'm going to tell the third story, and I do this with a little hesitation because we had the fantastic presentation from Francis Heiligen presenting the third story. We had Ben led off the whole conference by giving us a brief telling the third story. Jennifer Morgan told a fantastic Montessorian view of the third story. Here I am again telling the third story. It's like, you can't leave until you learn this, you know. But the way I like to think about it is, as much as possible, we want to be able to tell the story, of what the universe has gone through, what life has gone through, what humanity has gone through, and as much as possible, allowing the listeners to interpret the story in their own unique way. So there isn't, the interpretation is, in a certain sense, everything. So I'm focusing on what we've learned empirically, and then suggesting that these discoveries that we've made, we meaning in the 20th and early 21st century, these discoveries that we've made that bring us beyond the second story, these discoveries need to be narrated so that, and I especially think of younger people, and we talked about the dilemma of the technosocial dilemma. So allowing the younger people to be touched by the universe, by life, by the history of humanity, and ignite not only a zest for life, but also an understanding of why we're here. But what is it that we're about? So I chose three discoveries that we've made, and of course, much could be said about these. But what I'm proposing is that each of these discoveries enables us to feel at home in the universe in a different way. Each of these hopes to ignite a sense of resonance with the larger communities in which we find ourselves. And I chose a name for each to associate with each of them because even though science is complex and involves many, many millions of people, in a shorthand way of remembering what I'm talking about. First is Albert Einstein. So following the work of Albert Einstein, we discovered something that was never known before, that the universe is expanding. The entire universe is expanding. And we find ourselves in the midst of this. But what stunned all astrophysicists and cosmologists was the nature of the expansion. Now, you have to realize how recent this is. 100 years ago, we didn't know if there was another galaxy in the universe other than the Milky Way. We didn't know if there's one other galaxy. Now we've counted 2 trillion. That's a pretty big change. And then, but the most astonishing part about it is that the expansion rate is exactly what it has to be in order for the beauty of structure and life and mind to emerge. Now, there are in quotation marks, explanations of this. The most prominent one is called the multiverse. So the multiverse theory is this. Wow, it's amazing that we live in a universe that expands just right. That's kind of weird. Okay, let's imagine there's an infinite number of other universes, none of which we've detected, but in all of those, the expansion rates are different. Well, if you have that many universes in one of them, you're going to have the right expansion rate. Now, even though this is the favored position of contemporary cosmologists, I want you to feel how strange that is. How strange that is. It's strange because the minds that are thinking about it, the universe, they've already made up their mind. They've prejudged the situation. There's no possible way there can be anything like a fundamental intelligence at work from the beginning. There's no way there could be anything like a self-organizing dynamic that is mysteriously at work from the beginning, that we don't understand the details. But rather than think about that, a universe filled with this form of creative intelligence, we would rather imagine an infinite number of universes that we have no evidence for whatsoever. Now, the reason I'm dwelling on this is not because I want to beat up on these other cosmologists. It's because I'm trying to indicate that another form of consciousness is necessary to really understand the majesty, the magnificence in which we find ourselves. And that's what we're wondering about. What is that form of getting in touch with reality? What's that form of experience that we suspect is coming in? Now, you know, I don't have the authority to make a statement about the intelligence of the universe that would have respect among the scientific community. But so I want to bring to your mind, as I leave this topic, the name of Freeman Dyson. Freeman Dyson, deceased recently, one of the finest mathematical cosmologists in history. And he was examining, he's one of Einstein's colleagues back in Princeton. He was examining the situation that I've just described to you. And this was his way here's his interpretation. Quote, you know, the more I study the details of the architecture of the early universe, the more I become convinced that it must have known in some sense that we were coming. That's a pretty different way of understanding the empirical data. So my second great discovery was also mentioned by Kevin Kelly in his talk, and the idea that Earth itself is self-organizing, and I love the fact that there's a commonality to the third story now. So we didn't get together beforehand and say, hey, what are you going to bring up? No, these are the big discoveries, and the impact they're having upon us is so great that it's like a pattern now is appearing into what the third story is about. So before James, so James Lovelock is the name associated with this, Lynn Margulis, there are others as well, but just to pick a name. What is so amazing is that for life to exist, the temperature on a planet has to be within a narrow band for the molecules to work. If you go either direction, things are going to fall apart. So we've on planet Earth, that little narrow band of biologically fertile area has been maintained for 4.55 billion years. How? Well, For years it was this. It was just like, well, just again, we lucked out. Nice. It's an accident. We lucked out. But then we discovered nuclear fusion. And then we learned that over the last, 4 billion years, the temperature of the sun has increased by 25%. So now you have this problem. What is keeping the Earth in a state enabling life to exist? I mean, where is it? Where is it? Find it. There's no one place where these control is emanating from. It is rather the system as a whole maintains itself. This changes our view. Before we would think of just the Earth as and just sort of a common sense way of looking at the Earth in general is it's kind of like a gravel pit, just there, and it's filled with natural resources we could use. But to enter into the third story and to take in the self-organizing dynamics, then when you're looking at the ocean isn't just sitting there like a passive, lump of water. The ocean is part of the intelligence that's maintaining life on Earth. So you see, there's a way in which we can relate to the ocean that's different within a self-organizing universe, self-organizing dynamics. We can see the ocean as part of our own journey, and it has the ability to interact with the atmosphere and the geosphere and to maintain a vibrant Earth. So, in one sense, I'm saying that this discovery of the expanding universe is a way of entering into a different relationship with the universe as a whole. Before we had the discovery of the expanding universe and the elegance of the expansion, we could regard the entire universe as just out there, like and having very little or no relationship to our existential condition. But now there's a way in which when we look at the universe, we see it's being somehow organized by an intelligence that enables us to exist. I'm not talking about a God. I don't know how to talk about it. It's something we're just discovering, arguing about it. But to now be able to go out and to look up at the night sky and see the stars and realize the stars created all the elements that make up our body. That's a different kind of experience than looking up and saying all of that is just a vast, endless, accidental place. So the third great discovery that leads to the third story is the discovery that humanity is a superorganism. This, of course, is attributed to Teilhard. And so to suddenly see that the entire history of humanity has been a process of building up the noosphere. And this gives us a way of relating to our own past, our own ancestors, and to see all of that as meaningful, as going somewhere, and that we have the amazing opportunity to participate in it. And here then would be the last discovery that I'm saying is part of the third story, and that is that we live in a time of vast transformation. The universe is always transforming, but it has peak moments. We're living in one of those amazing moments of transformation. The major transformations of the universe are easy to describe. The primordial plasma of the beginning, right, transformed itself into galaxies, stars, and planets. Then the one planet we know about at least, Earth, began as molten rock and transformed itself into first simple life, then which complexifies into advanced life, And now we are part of this next one, this third great transformation of a living planet to a thinking planet. This is Teilhard's a name for the transformation. We are building a thinking planet. We have been for 200, 300,000 years, but now we're conscious of it. The noosphere has been operating, Terry, is it 200 or 300,000 years? Wait. Okay. For 1.8 million years, as all of us know, the noosphere has been at work. It's been doing things, but it's not been conscious. It is now. So another way to talk about the work here at Human Energy is that we are part of the process that is transforming the noosphere from an unconscious state to a conscious state. That's our work. And, if a human is unconscious, terrible things can happen, right? Wake up and you find all this destruction that you've carried out. That's because you weren't awake, right? So now we're in that moment when we are awakening. And this too, I think, will reach down deep into the heart and soul of humans, especially young humans, and to give them a sense of what part they are playing in this great drama. So really just getting close to my conclusion here. Humans have been deepening our ways of experiencing reality throughout 1.8 million years. We tend, at least it's easy to think, if we're talking about, hey, we're in the Paleolithic caves and there's humans right there, it's easy for us to think, that's just, we could imagine ourselves back there. Things are a little bit rough, maybe, but we'll be the same thing, same brain, no. Our mentality has changed in profound ways throughout our existence on the planet. And some philosophers have noted this. One of the first that in my own study is Carl Jaspers. And he talked about two different kinds of humans, before the axial age and then after the axial age. And then another great philosopher, Eric Vogelin, he expanded on Jaspers' work and talked about transformations of consciousness in at least 4 different areas of the planet. And now Professor Wolfgang Seidhold has taken it another step, and he's identified 9 different, what he calls, turns in experience. And so, here we are. Suddenly, it starts to dawn on us that we don't fully know what the noosphere is, which means we don't fully know who we are. We don't fully know who humans are because they are not yet. They're in process. We've always been in process. And all of these different forms we've entered into have been marvelous in certain ways, but what is coming? See, that to reflect on that is the focus of our time. I want to end with one. I'd like to think of this as a precursor for the kind of experience that we can have now. And this, I think there are literally millions of different ways of having a similar experience to the one I'm going to describe, literally millions. But it depends upon one's own life journey, and mine happened to be my own experience. I was I was having heart trouble. This is so because of that, when my heart started to go haywire, I was with my wife, and I didn't want to tell her I should go to the hospital because we'd already done that, and it was a waste of time. So but I knew I had to do something. I had to do something. I couldn't just do nothing. So what I did is I stared at the back of my hand. I think it was a way of not making a decision. I was just sort of looking down, like sort of hoping things would get better, you know. But it was so weird because I was just staring, and the same little black hairs coming out, little pulses in the veins. But here was a weird thing happened. You see, I was outdoors, and I was feeling the sun on my skin, and I was like 29, and I'd been studying my whole life, really. So I know all about the fact that the sunlight comes and warms us, right? This was not a deep insight, but it became deep because I was thinking, wow, photons are landing on my skin, and they're turning into my consciousness of warmth. That didn't seem to surprise you as much as it did me. I mean, like, photons, right? They're little, we can measure them. They bounce off things, and right? Warmth. What's warmth? Well, it's the quality of consciousness. How do we go from a photon landing on my skin to warmth? Wow. And then I was sort of embarrassed that I'd never thought of that before, But then the next step was I knew where the photons were coming from. They're coming from the sun that's 93 million miles away. But then I focused on the skin. And like I said before, every element in the skin, every element was constructed by a star that blew up 5 billion years ago. And so as I just sort of sank into this process, I realized I was, the light from a star 93 million miles away, and the elements from a star, 5 billion years back in time. I felt suddenly I was inside this gigantic creative process that I was witnessing. That was in between two stars, and I was in the middle of it, and I realized I am that process. I am that process. So that, in a sense, is this couldn't happen before. We didn't know all of this stuff in the past. So we're suggesting that these discoveries are leading to a 10th turn in experience so I just sort of implicitly indicated what that is, but Professor Leithold will go into some explicit discussion. Do you want to use this, or do you want to use this? Oh, thank you. Thank you. Can we have this microphone on the desk? Is that hard to do? Devin, don't turn away when I ask you a question.
So, am I on the air? Can you hear me? Oh, thank you. Well, I ended up here as a kind of a surprise, to me at least, to you probably as well. And at the moment, I'm looking into 100 pairs of friendly eyes. And I'm really very anxious. I want to keep that this way. So I start with a promise. I will be very brief. Okay. And I would like to start with a word of gratitude. I'm very thankful that you have invited me, and that I have the opportunity to talk to you. And thank you, Brian, for stimulating that and all your stimulating thoughts. It is an academic habit to go through all the people that you need to name, but you all know your names and everybody knows what he or she has done. So I want to just thank you. It was a wonderful conference. And I'm very happy to be here because I'm not really a Teilhardian scholar. For me, Teilhard de Chardin was a rediscovery inspired by Brian. and it has enriched my own thinking enormously. So, to keep it short, thank you. I would like to look for the future of the noosphere in terms of the structure of experience. And I've read the history of the noosphere, the evolution of the noosphere, as a sequence of changes in the structure of experience. So what do I mean by the structure of experience? It's a technical term. Everybody knows what experience is. But if you look into the history of experiential science and empiricism, they look at experience in terms of content of experience. So my most important content at the moment are your eyes, the friendliness of your eyes, which I want to keep friendly. So this is my content. You are my content of experience. But what is the structure of experience? That's how we relate to each other. At the moment, it's two relationships that we share: looking and listening, looking and talking. I discovered that there are changes in the history of experience when I was 12 years old. And I will give you the brief story of what I call the story of the stargazer. When I was 12 years old, it was in February after a weekend skiing afternoon, and I was at the home of my parents holding the binocular of my father in my hands and was looking at the Pleiades, the stars, the 7 stars. And then I was turning around to take a look at Orion and his belt and the sword, and I was looking for the little nebula that's in there. And at that very moment, something strange happened. My attention was refocused from the stars to look inside myself. And I realized, being 12 years old, that I'm part of that universe. And that me looking at the stars is somehow a surprise to me, that I'm part of that entire outfit. So I was really shocked and went to my parents, who were sitting next door reading the weekend papers. It must have been about 10 o'clock at night. And I said to my mom, Mom, something very strange happened to me. And I told her the story, that I was looking at the stars, and then out of a sudden, my attention was reversed to look inside me, to realize my awareness of looking at the stars. And she said, oh, that's not so surprising. It's just self-awareness, and people in your age, they usually discover that. I did discover that when I was milking the goat of my family and realizing that it's me who does it. And my father said, yeah, the same happened to me while doing my math homework. Typical for my father. He never milked goats, but he was a good mathematician and became a sailor and a navigator. Well, that's what I want to say. This is a change in experience, you know. You turn away your awareness from one to another dimension. So far, I have discovered 9 such changes in the history of experience. They start in the Paleolithic, as far as I know, and they end just in the last century. So the first change in experience was the discovery of conscious perception. Later on, imagination, a sense of order, where people began to tell the story of the universe and creation. Then came reason and reflection, thought, what I call the noetic turn. And the most recent one is the discovery of the unconscious. You know, when people discover that they have an unconsciousness somewhere inside, wherever that may be, it's a totally different anthropology. Before that, what happens from the inside was just some intrusion of demonic forces. Maybe. Okay. So all these 9 transformations, I had already discussed it. We met about 6 years ago in 2017 at a little meeting on Ashbury Heights. And I told the story so far, like I do now. And the first question Brian asked me, and what comes next? I said, what comes next? I'm a scientist, I have no idea what comes in the future. And he said, no, it's interesting, it's when you have 9 transformation in the structure of experience, is there, a law that it ends now? Is it just 9 and that's it? Or is it 10? Or then 11 or whatever? And I said, I never thought about it. Well, he said, yeah, you better do. Next time we meet, we continue that discussion. And actually, we have been talking about this for 6 years now. And in preparing for that conference, we came somehow close to an answer. It's just 2 weeks old. Can you imagine that? 2 weeks after 6 years. That's the process of discovery is sometimes surprising and long and short, and then suddenly it's there. I don't know if it's really good. If there's any evidence for this, it's up to you to decide. But I give you the final story of that story. So what we decided to do, we wanted to look at the 10th turn in experience from the perspective of the noosphere, taking the essence of the noosphere to be has something to do with the nous, the Greek word for, it's not only reason, it's mind, thinking at the same time. So it's a little bit vague. And later on, it's identified with pneuma, which is a Greek word for spirit, a word that we know from Holy Spirit and so forth. So that's the field that the word is, pointing to. It's just a label for a certain kind of experience. Within these 9 dimensions, there's one dimension that is spiritual, but to that point, it was only one. It's a spiritual experience of a divine presence, wherever that is, inside the world, on mountains. But finally, the spirit became something that is a particular entity, a particular fluidum, a particular presence that is somehow approaching human beings when they open their mind. Simple exercise to open your mind is just sit down, keep your mouth shut and pray silently and wait that God may talk to you or just make his presence felt. So this is a kind of a transcendent spirit. That's how we look at God as a divine being, transcendence. But there is also an immanent spirit that the noosphere is pointing to. Because the noosphere, the spirited, animated layer of the earth, as we have learned, is here. It's immanent, not transcendent. So the new and 10th dimension might be us becoming aware that we are already in contact with the noosphere and maybe with all the other elements in the cosmos that have to some extent a germ of becoming conscious in them. So what happens here? It's what we called resonance. We are in resonance with each other. So that's what I see here. You're still attentive. I can feel that you are focused on what I'm saying. I didn't offend you. I hope I didn't bore you. So that's a kind of resonance, and I feel a lot of sympathy. And empathy, it's on my side for you. So here we have a resonance from mind to mind, from spirit to spirit, and it's something that people like St. Francis have exercised throughout their life when they were preaching to the birds. So this empathy is not only among humans, but among humans and plants among humans and animals, and we can extend it step by step all over the world. And maybe beyond that, and maybe beyond that. And there may be a cosmic resonance, which I have experienced because I love stars. I simply love stars. I hope they don't fall on my head, but except for that, I just like it, and I keep it that way. Thank you very much for your patience and your attention.
So we have a very brief time for questions. I know many of you will want to ask questions. We have some concluding remarks we need to get to. So we can take 3 short questions if you would like to come. Was there anyone at this table? You were calling for questions? No. Okay. Okay, 3 questions.
Thank you so much. The immanent earth in the Eastern wisdom is also the transcendence earth. We call it Mother Earth, and Mother Earth is conscious. And to create that awareness more and more, we are building a Mother Earth monument near Bangalore in south of India. And I hope if there is enough support for this concept to make Mother Earth as transcendence, the divine Mother Earth, we call it Dharti Mata, then we can build one in the Bay Area also. Thank you very much for all your comments.
And you're welcome. Thank you for yours.
Parham Farsi, a minister with Sacred Practices. I hear there's this interesting thing that I want to point out is like, so we recently were discovering things are way older than we thought they would be, with like James Webb Telescope is a good example. You know, the life right now we're thinking it's 27 billion years instead of 14 that we thought about, because of discoveries of all these universes that are bigger, and the possibility of them were not there if the universe is that old that we thought about before, right? So things are older now. And then there's this other thing that comes up, that's the process of remembering and forgetting, you know, that we seem to be going through these cycles as individual layers and with all the systems as well. So I keep hearing that you're saying the noosphere for the first time is becoming conscious and self-aware. But when we look into the history and all these stories that are left, there seems to be the conversations that are left to us as stories of like some prophet was talking to the noosphere, or they called it God, you know? So can you tell me what your take on that is? Do you think that noosphere, is this the first time that's becoming self-aware, or it might have been actually the noosphere talking back to those humans back in the day into those stories that we just have left the pieces of right now? So what do you think of that? I want to know. Thank you.
Me?
We studied the people.
Yeah. You know, in the history of experience, there are many dimensions that we have mastered before we knew that we did. So, for example, human beings have been creative since the Paleolithic, doing new tools, whatever. And it took a guy in the Middle Ages by the name of Richard of St. Victor to identify what was going on. And he called it creative imagination. So the noosphere is here for a long time already. And I think the important part that we are playing, this is sort of our task and our mission, for example, I think, is to make that clear, to articulate that and make it, you know, sort of accessible for other human beings. So it was there all the time. It's part of human history, but it was not always in the focus of our awareness. And that's what happened with Tyler. He made it clear, it's there, and now it's up to us to go on and, you know, disseminate that. Does that answer your question?
Yeah, I was thinking, is it the first time that we're doing this, or we might have lost it? We've been here before.
I didn't understand.
Well, this may be the second or third time you and I have been on stage here, speaking
Yeah,
if you go back far enough in time.
yeah. No, it's the first time.
Hi, I'm Keith Mesker, San Diego. And I just want to express my gratitude, first of all, to Brian, who, starting in 2005, just ignited my being in this love of the universe and gave me the ability to sit in meditation and arrive at a moment where I'm thinking, I am the cosmos. I am cosmic consciousness. And it's the awakening that I've dreamed of and worked for all my life in meditation, just to arrive at this glorious revelation that we are the universe, alive and embodied and awake. And my life has been so enormously enriched. I just want to say thank you so much.
Thank you, Keith. It's a lovely note to end on.
Thank you, Brian. Thank you. Ben and Terry, come. Time has come. Yeah, the time has come. Thank you, Brian. Thank you, Wolfgang. What a great note to end on. Speculative, inspiring, sweeping, grand. Ben has some remarks to make, and then Terry and I, as your co-chairs, will make a few comments.
Well, what can I say after this? Wow, what a weekend full of noospheric energy, truly noospheric energy. I want to give special thanks to Sheila and Terry. Without their dedication and energy, I can tell you this conference would not have happened. I was going to ask you to give them a round of applause, and you've done it already on your own, so that's fantastic. And of course, we're indebted to the hard work and dedication of the Human Energy team who've been working tirelessly with Sheila to make this event flawless. It just exceeded my expectations. Many thanks, of course, also to the International House management and staff for their hospitality and great service. Finally, I want to thank all of our presenters who did an incredible job in illuminating us and giving us incredible insights into the noosphere, the third story, from perspectives of science, philosophy, and religion. But of course, the biggest thanks is to you who attended this conference. This is the first ever conference about the noosphere, and you've made it happen by your presence. And before I ask you to give an applause for yourselves, I want to recognize the over 450 people who have joined us virtually. That has been just incredible. So a round of applause to all of us. As we go forward in the noosphere, let's keep in touch and stay connected. I think great things are happening Thank you.
Well, I will say very little because I've said too much already. But let me leave you with just a couple of quotes, not mine, but the things that have driven my thinking for years, that drove me here ultimately. One was a quote from a thermodynamicist. That will surprise you, maybe thermodynamics. Why should that have anything to do with it? A man named Ilya Prigogine, who developed an area that's called far from equilibrium dynamics, had this to say about us. And I think it's the conundrum that we're facing right now. He said, we need an understanding of nature in which our existence is not absurd. The grand unified theories that we have today don't speak to us. They don't talk about what we are. That's what we've been talking about today and this weekend. And it's an incredibly insightful, broad, and you may, in the words of another man, a friend of mine named Stuart Kaufman, we're finally beginning to feel at home in the universe. And that's also what this is about. And finally, let me quote that great source of insight that got me thinking about this back generations ago. As a young student, and I think one of the authors is here, Kevin Kelly, reading the Whole Earth catalog. Now, one page, and I can tell you that page, it's page 43. There were 3 laws of the universe, and I now tell it to all of my students in my neuroanatomy classes as the 3 laws for understanding the brain, but I think it's the 3 laws for understanding all of this. Here's the first law. Everything is connected to everything. Not a big deal, right? But he said, but some things are more connected than others. We got to figure out those connections. That's what this is about. But there's a third law that we can't forget either. There's no such thing as free lunch. Now, I won't go on to explain what that's about, but this has been as close to a free lunch as I can imagine. Thank you much.
So I get to bring this home, and I would just want to echo Ben's deep appreciation to everyone, to Terry, my co-chair. So many emails, so many Zooms. It's been awesome. I want to thank our fellow advisory board members, Francis and David and Brian, who really helped shape the content of the program and recruit so many of our amazing speakers. I want to, by name, thank our management and production team, Devin up in the booth, Parham, Alan, Nancy, Lauren, my right hand all the way. Thanks to Ellen, to Ashley and Lisa, to our volunteers, to our student workers from Berkeley and St. Mary's, to the iHouse team, Shannon and his team up in the booth, Emily, Sergio, Christina, they've been absolutely amazing. Thank you to Jesse and Missile House Productions who've been doing the upstairs filming. And especially thanks to Ben and Barbara, along with Human Energy board members who are here with us, Nancy and Joe, who've so enthusiastically and generously supported this work. Thank you all for your energy, your engagement, your openness, your flexibility and patience and good humor as we figured out how to do this amazing thing for the first time. So many of you have shared really positive feedback personally with me over the course of the weekend, and I really appreciate that. Thank you. Rest assured, we will, in the next week or two, be sending you a survey to gather more systematic feedback. about the conference and your experience. So please look for that. Some of you have also asked me, what's next? When's the next one? Well, what I want to say is, first of all, we have recorded all of the streamed sessions, but we've also been gathering B-roll footage and other kinds of things. So we're going to do some post-production work. But we expect that all of the streamed sessions from the auditorium will be on the webpage. We've also filmed everything upstairs, and we're going to see how things look. Our goal is to get as much of that content on the webpage in the coming months as possible. So please visit humanenergy.io. And you are, if you're here, on our mailing list, so you will know when that appears. To support that, I think Alan will be reaching out. Alan Honick, who's been doing some one-on-one side interviews, will be asking us to collect PowerPoints and whatnot from folks who didn't submit them in advance, so that we can fold those slides into the video. So we'd be grateful if you would send those on to us. And I want to point out in line with that, Robert Lawrence Kuhn, who gave our plenary address at lunch on Friday, is doing a whole mini series of interviews with many of our speakers focused on the N2 conference. The first one of those was with Terry, and is currently live on the Closer to Truth webpage, and others will be following. So I encourage you to check out that mini series and to promote it and share it with your colleagues and on your social media. We'll also be updating you on other developments and opportunities with human energy, including the possibility of future events or conferences or whatever we happen to figure out to do. This N2 was imagined as a once-in-a-century event. And the wide interest and enthusiasm you have us considering that 100 years might be too long to wait for another, but no commitments yet, so stay tuned. And finally, just a couple of practicalities. If you signed up for a possible ride share on the sheet, I did take a look, and even though I give you an example, like name, Teilhard, phone number, 1000000. Nobody put their phone number down there, from what I could tell. So we are not like planning your ride shares for you. We are counting on you to self-organize. That was just a piece of paper to help you do that. So if you signed up, go back and look and find your people. Finally, a meme on animal collectives I saw on my niece's Facebook feed this morning. Flock of birds, pack of wolves, ambush of tigers, wisdom of wombats, muster of peacocks, parliament of owls, we all know that one, smack of jellyfish, caravan of camels, colony of bats, swarm of bees, array of hedgehogs, charm of hummingbirds. I ask you, noosphere of people, ideas, empathy, life, minds, energy. All right, carry on. Thank you, safe travels, happy holidays, and stay connected.